this will be my brain rot, and it is going to be your guys' problem. Chaos Child, we're finally starting it! After going through Robotics Notes, it's time for this one. We gotta finally understand the horrors that were hinted at that happened in 2015 in Shibuya. I am looking forward to this. The horrors, yes. The Shibuya flavored horrors specifically. I don't really know much other than what, like, science adventure game, Chaos Child. Don't really know too much, which is great. I love not knowing much. The less I know, the better. I've said it before, I'll say it again. As much as I love Steins Gate, Chaos Head is my favorite science adventure game so far. So I am looking forward to getting into Chaos Child. Chronologically, story-wise, it takes place before Robotics Notes, but as far as, like, game release, it came out after Robotics Notes, which is why we did Robotics Notes first. The side game, Robotics Notes Dash, came out after, hence there being, like, tips that were more geared and talking a little bit more about the horrors of Shibuya in 2015. So that's why there's a little more context there, because this game existed by the time Dash came out. Yeah. But now we gotta finally go into this. And I'm excited. Yes. Almost anything will do for this, the common route. Answer correctly and select any delusion you wish. There is one bad ending in this chapter, triggered by taking too many mistakes on a certain choice. Avoid this ending until you finish the route. You need to play the common route first in order to unlock the others. If you want to read this route again after your first playthrough, play through the game without selecting any positive delusions. Noted. That makes me tempted to do what I did the first game by accident, picking only negative delusions to start. That does make me really tempted to do that. Okay. Interesting. So we have to get the common route first, and then the rest. I think Chaos... Yeah, Chaos Head was like that too, if I recall correctly. There was a first ending, and then you got the character endings. And then you got the true endings. Well, ending. Maybe we'll finally find out whose eyes those are. Who knows? Probably not, to be honest. Oh yeah, now that you said that, we never got any... Huh. Cause Ari's like, oh yeah, Sonome Darinome, haha. And that was never addressed ever again in either Robotics Notes games. Like, that was specifically... Anyways, carrying on, let's just get into this, I think. I think that's the plan at this point. But yeah, cool. Until we get our first ending, I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want except for die. And it's not recommended I die, but if I die, oh well. I guess our goal tonight will be a Prologue Chapter 1, like our old pacing for Chaos Head and Steins Gate. So glad we can do that pacing, because I really liked that pacing. It was good. Oh, interesting. If you attempt to get the bad ending for the common route before getting the common route, an incomplete version of the ending is shown. That's interesting. Ooh, okay. Okay. Noted. I will avoid the bad... I'll avoid the bad ending. New game. Yippee! I may be too excited about going into this. November 6th, 2009 AD, 10:28 PM. And there's quick saves. Yippee! Is there a thing behind me? It's just the X button. Oops. Didn't mean to accidentally dock my tracking. Okay. There's a little pointer here behind my shoulder. Bloop. It came with that warning. Oh boy. Helicopter. Oh, 2009. We know what this is. Wow. The helicopter is very CG. Yeah. Yeah. In case you forgot what happened in the first game, or you haven't played the first game, because you don't have to play any of the science adventure games in order to play this one. It's great. It was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake with an epicenter directly under the city. Yeah, because it was a totally natural earthquake. This disaster reduced one of Tokyo's busiest downtown areas to nothing in a single night. The high-rise buildings that had birthed so many trends and fads collapsed, as if giving up on their role in society. Black fire spread throughout the city. As individuals fell into the grip of the crowd psychology, their terror was magnified. Combined, all of these things took many lives. The final death toll was 3,851. The final number of injured, 30,927. I can read numbers good, I promise. But it is interesting getting this kind of closure. That was the word I was looking for earlier. Closure on the effects of what happened in the first game. I'm so good at words, dude. This event would later be known as the Shibuya earthquake. Even in all that destruction, people still suffered the most in their hearts. Some who had lost their families came together to share new resolve, while others who'd been forced to watch their friends die were driven by guilt to take their own lives. As a baby was miraculously reunited with his parents after 72 hours, a child in an evacuation shelter asked her dad, "When's mommy coming home?" He had no answer. Some of the wounded made it to the hospitals by looking at real-time updates on the web. Others saw people on the internet talking about the disaster as if it were a movie and were driven mad. A homeless man was saved from malnutrition by an organized volunteer group. But at the same time, a middle school boy punched a self-centered volunteer who'd come to Shibuya to find himself in the face. It was the first time in that boy's life he'd ever been violent. The psychological toll was incredible, and many of the survivors would later manifest symptoms similar to those associated with PTSD. I think it's great that that's our first tip of the game, PTSD. The young were hit the hardest, and before long, the cause of those symptoms was given a name. Chaos Child Syndrome. Name of the game. Name of the game drop. Rebuilding happened at a feverish... I can read. Rebuilding happened at a feverish pitch never seen before. It felt inappropriate to say, "hang in there," but people felt that somebody had to do something. The new slogan was Shibuya, a city reborn, and no amount of money or manpower was spared in aiding the endeavor. The whole town was in the grip of a fever. In private, a leader of the redevelopment effort said, "This may sound unkind, but this frenzy feels like a town burying its grief by holding a festival." I mean, sometimes you gotta do that, though. Building codes were rigorously evaluated with an eye toward earthquake engineering. Perhaps in an effort to emphasize the city's safety, security cameras were put up all over town. Shibuya would become a place where everyone could live in peace. I'm a little less sure about that, but at the same time, yeah, there's the catch. A rumor began to spread about the earthquake. Something about this earthquake doesn't make sense. A lot about this earthquake doesn't make sense, but there were no aftershocks, and the damage had spread in a strange way. Harajuku and Ibisu, areas only a kilometer away from Shibuya, suffered few casualties and even fewer collapsed buildings. This damage pattern had never been observed in any prior earthquake, and so more than a few pundits claimed the Shibuya earthquake must have been artificial. Well, those pundits or whatever are correct. More than anything, some of the survivors all said the same things. I did say it right. It's a weird word. I saw a white light. I heard a sound like a ringing in my ears. Too many people experience this for anyone to laugh it off, but no cause of those phenomena were ever found. It was just more evidence to those It was just more evidence to those who believed that something about the earthquake had been wrong. Then, 6 years after the strange earthquake in 2015, something else was about to attract attention in the reborn city of Shibuya. Oh boy. Setting the scene. If you are a god and delusion becomes reality about what kind of noise you get. Is it the sensual world, the despotic society? And I couldn't finish reading it, damn. A pundit is someone who is an expert in a particular field, whose opinion is often sought out. So it does make sense here, huh? Huh. That is actually really interesting, because that means, to oversimplify that sentence using pundits, it's saying that experts are saying, yeah, no, this is weird. Anyways. September 7th, 2015, Sunday night.
はい。ではいつも通り3分くらい募集をかけるんで、適当によろです。
Man. Okay, I'm gonna take 3 minutes for questions. Get to it. The second he spoke, the comment box started to fill. Otani Yuma watched it for a few seconds, and then saw the request. When does Haru-chan tell us she's dating somebody? He smiled to himself. Just what he wanted. Most of the requests were about hot actors or cute idols. His audience was too stupid that it was actually easy to tell exactly what they were going to ask. The problem was always whether the name that came up was someone he knew. That was the question of luck, and how popular they were. But Haru-chan, her full name was Haruko something or other, she was fine. Just a few days ago, he'd forced himself to go to an event he'd rather have skipped and seen it for himself.
Yes.
Okay. Otani Yuma. It's actually interesting that, like, his name is just their full kanji. His name Yuma means horse. Satisfied, Otani got up to get some snacks like he always did. He lived in a one-bedroom condo located 8 minutes from Shibuya Station. Cost 150,000 yen per month. So, roughly 1,500 USD. If it was still that rate today, it would be even less because the yen is even weaker. But I do like to just go based off of what yen is supposed to be worth, and that's 1 penny per yen. So, for the sake of simplicity, roughly 1,500 per month. It had been built after the earthquake, so the furnishings and layout were modern. A little more room would have been nice, but compared to the 40,000 yen per month place he lived in last year, it was heaven. Compared to a $400 place. Next year, maybe I'll move somewhere more convenient. Good for you, buddy. At 21 years old, Otani felt satisfied for the first time in his life. His 21? Okay, anyways. In 4th grade, he got in big into online gaming and stopped going to school. Eventually, he'd stopped leaving his room altogether. I also thought he was older. I thought he was easily, like, late 30s at youngest. Anyways, then he got addicted to drugs that made him sleepy but did nothing else. Okay, the drugs. Got it. Understood. Understandable. Have a nice day. Once, seeing only darkness in his future, he planned to commit suicide. In the chaos after the earthquake 6 years ago, he'd finally managed to leave his room, but his family had already given up on him. After he failed his entrance exams, he went to live on his own in Shibuya, and he hadn't spoken to his parents since. As far as they knew, he'd failed the exam 3 times in a row. In fact, he hadn't even gone to the test after the first time. Damn. There wasn't anything he wanted to learn in Chaos. I'm getting distracted. Focus. Focus, self. Words on screen. There wasn't anything he wanted to learn in college or any companies he wanted to work for badly enough. There is a company in Japan that I think would be neat to work in. I don't think they're hiring, but like I heard about this company recently where like their hiring policy is that like you don't have to have like any experience or a degree in the thing because like any skills would be like can be taught. And for every employee, for every 3 employees, there's a cat. Yeah, you just have to love cats. Yeah, that's the only requirement. You just have to love cats. It's great. I would love to work there. And they're all rescue meow meows, as they should be. He had no goal in life at all. But things were different now. Maybe Ad Channel does tell the truth sometimes. I guess I'll have some cheese. I'm sorry. I guess I'll have some cheese. Huh. Okay. You enjoy that you enjoy that cheese, Yuma. Have fun with that. Enjoy your cheese. I guess I'll have some cheese. What, did At Channel tell him to eat some cheese? Whatever. He took out a block of cheap cheese he'd bought at the supermarket out of the fridge. Usually he never ate anything this cheap. But on Nico Nia live streaming, it wasn't just what you said. How you looked when you said it also mattered. Am I looking good as I speak poorly? I don't know. Otani wasn't a good-looking man, let alone a cute girl. He was just a plain old guy, and so to keep his program popular, he needed to make them think he was poor, barely managing to scrape by, in fact. That's fucked. That's why he kept the area around his PC, and the parts of his apartment that you could see with his webcam, completely plain. Last month, he'd finally reached his goal of 4,000 viewers. Like, total views? Like all together, collectively? Or all at once? Because this is either like, okay, that was gonna happen inevitably, or really impressive. And no in between. For a man with nothing going for him like Otani, this was extremely unusual. So probably 4,000 concurrent viewers is my guess then. 3 months ago, he guessed the winners of a popularity contest a certain idol group was holding, as well as their total number of votes. That must have really paid off. After that, his numbers have been going up steadily. Late last month, when his streams had appeared at the top of Nico Nia's video page, he'd seen a huge increase. Yeah, I mean, getting put on the homepage definitely does that. Right now, he'd gotten above 4,500, and it was quite possible he'd break 5,000 by the end of the month. 5,000 what? Followers? Viewers? I still don't know what he means. It was around late last year when he'd started to wonder about his power. It was a certain rumor on one of At-Channel's occult boards that made him really start to realize what he had. He has the delusion. Oh. The mental illness has come to mentally ill him. The name he'd chosen for his stream subtly reflected this. Today I learned I can see the future. He took out a knife to cut the cheese. There was a strange sound.
Huh?
There was a rapping at the door. He really just went, huh? He thought he'd just imagined it when... Knock, 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 knock. He heard it again. It was coming from the door. Someone was clearly knocking on his door.
Huh? Mitsurin ka?
Huh? Jungle, maybe? Suspicious, he walked toward the door to answer, then checked the clock. It was 11:41 p.m. Not exactly normal delivery hours.
なんだよ。
Come on, I'm streaming right now. Me when the dog started barking earlier. He tried to ignore it, but... The knocking continued. It was the same rhythm, the same pace. As if the visitor's goal wasn't to come inside, but simply to make that sound. Yeah, that's fair. Otani felt a bit creeped out. He decided to go to the intercom camera and see who it was, but then realized that would be pointless. Only the auto-locking door on the first floor had a camera. Yeah. The door to Otani's room on the 5th floor had an intercom, but no camera. Otani gave up. Damn it. If you want something, push the intercom button. Knock, 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 knock.
酔っ払いか?
Maybe it's a drunk? No, the knocks are too steady for that. And there's no voice yelling at him to open up. He'd seen this door a million times, but suddenly it looked somehow different. I feel like our horseman here is going to get stabbed or something. Someone he didn't know was on the other side of the wall, demanding entry in the middle of the night. Somehow, this made the door seem intimidating. Otani thought he might look through the peephole to see who was outside. He was then disgusted to find himself too scared to even get close to the door. Wait, the intercom didn't have a camera, but it did have a microphone. He turned toward the living room so he could use the intercom and find out what they wanted. Otani-san, it's me. Sorry to come by so suddenly. He stopped when he heard that voice, whatever it was supposed to sound like. It's me. Sorry to bother you when it's this late. Otani tried to remember who the speaker was, but found he couldn't. But from the tone of the voice and the words, they probably weren't a weirdo. When they said, "I'm sorry," it sounded like they really meant it. Otani sighed softly with relief, and then realized he was still carrying the knife he'd been using to cut cheese. It suddenly felt stupid to feel so nervous. He quickly laid the knife on top of the sink. I feel like he's gonna regret that action. Right. I'll open now. Who is it? It's me. Don't you remember? The voice simply repeated itself. But who are you? Tony whispered to himself as he opened the door. He's gonna get murdered, probably. Or there's suddenly a dead corpse in front of him. Either or. Let's find out. Otani narrowed his eyes at the people standing there. He looked them up and down, and then looked at their faces again. Does the door not have a peephole? I mean, he did think about looking through that, and then he decided against it. Their eyes met. Who are you guys? Stab. Otani suddenly felt a piercing headache. Okay. Otani closed his eyes and put his right hand up to his temple. He could feel the blood pounding in his veins through his fingers. He staggered and quickly put his other hand against the wall to keep from falling over. The pain was like the old days, when he'd overdosed on antidepressants, but much more intense. He grit his teeth against the pain and dug his nails into the wall that was holding him up. As he waited for the pain in his fingers to help dull the pain in his mind. Atani-san, are you feeling okay? He heard a voice he'd heard many times before, and felt a concerned hand on his shoulder. He somehow managed to ignore the pain and opened his eyes. A worried face was peering down at him. Yeah, I'm fine. Must just happen sometimes lately. Overwork, perhaps? You've been so busy lately. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. You're always such a worrier. I'm fine. Come in. Forgetting that he's live, I guess. He opened his mouth as wide as he could and moaned, trying to ease the pain, as he let his important guests inside. As he turned his back on his guests, he told himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen them. Or maybe not. It couldn't have been more than 2 months since they last met. It only felt so long because he wanted to see them so badly. It do be that way. Alright, it was so nice of you to come by, but I'm streaming. Me too. While he was out here, he decided he would cut some cheese for himself and his guests. No, don't worry about us. We don't want your cheap cheese. I can't do that to you guys. Huh? Cheese for all. Yeah, cheese for all. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. The blade wasn't cutting into the cheese. Did you forget to reboot it? That's strange, he told himself as he pushed down with more force. I don't think cheese makes that sound. He cut into its surface, and it made an unpleasant sound he never heard before. But no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't go further. Buddy, what you cutting? Definitely not cheese. Confused, he yanked the knife back and forth like a saw, but it only cut in slightly deeper. It was as if there was something hard inside the cheese. And even though he'd only just taken it out of the fridge, it was slightly warm. Damn it. What's going on with this thing? That's why you need to buy the premium cheese. Irritated, he slammed the handle of the knife against the cheese. But all it did was bash it in a little, and couldn't cut through it. God damn it. I'll help you. His guests must have heard the sound because they rushed over. They had another knife. When did they get that out? It was a trick to cutting it. Yeah, cheese really doesn't make that noise. They put the knife up against the cheese and began to move it with a practiced hand. It sounds like your work is going well. They smiled at Otani, their voices slightly low. Otani realized that they were trying to keep their voices from being picked up by the streaming microphone and lowered his voice as well. Yeah. He grinned and nodded. Yeah, doing real good work with cutting up this cheese. Needed 2 knives for this totally normal cheese. We're just gonna have a cheese gag from now on, aren't we? Damn. Anyways, his guest had introduced him to a firm that handled advertising space for popular websites, which had been giving him regular work. His reputation had quietly spread throughout the small web advertising industry, and soon he was getting more and more offers.
流行を予想することが
The
決まったこの
job's
仕事
all
は
about
天職だよ。
predicting trends,
出来
so
レー
it's
スみたいな
perfect
も
for
んだ。
me. I can't lose. Then why do these streams?
一言で
It's
は言
hard
い
to
づらい
say,
な。
I guess.
強いて
You
言え
could
ば
say I'm trying to
自
see
分
how
がど
far
こ
I
ま
can
でいけ
go.
るか試したいみたいな感じなんだけど。
That's right. His power wasn't meant to be wasted on jobs that anyone could do.
誰も経験したこ
No
とな
one's
いか
done
ら
this before,
誰か
so I
に
can't
聞くっ
ask
てわけにい
anybody
かないだ
about
ろ。
it, you know?
だから
So I
自
want
分
to
で
do
やれる
everything
だけ
I
やって
can
み
by
たいっつう
myself.
か。
Am I
かっ
sounding
こよ
like
す
a
ぎか
show
これは。
off? No, it's wonderful, I think. And done. After I'd smacked it a few times, the cheese was a little funny looking, but the even slices were lined up neatly on the plate.
悪いな、働かせ
Sorry
て。
to make you help like that. That's nothing. Go on. I'll wait until your stream is finished.
ああ、
Thanks.
冷蔵庫の
If you want
中、
something
適
from the
当に見
fridge,
繕って
grab
くれ
it.
ていいか
Oh,
ら。
but be quiet.
ああ、静かにな。
Tani took his cheese back to his seat and saw a flood of comments reading, "His late," and "Did he log off?" What should have only been 3 minutes had turned into more than 15. Tani put a bite of the cheese in his mouth and began to chew loudly.
申し訳ない。
So sorry. I bought this cheese on sale and it's just so incredibly hard. He apologized to the camera, remembering to keep up the act of being poor and starving. And as he hoped, the comments started to come in. Nikoniya was always like this, right? Reported the broadcast unseen was in the plot to somebody movie belongs in the trash. I have no clue what's going on. Just assume, yep, those are some proteins right there. Extreme. Huh, I wish I could read all of those. Utani's face took on a confused expression. The comments were strange. He thought there might be something on the camera, and he turned around and saw only his fake poor room.
どうしました?
Something wrong? He spoke into the camera, but the comments still didn't make any sense, and they were coming in faster. Maybe there was a problem with the camera. He reached his right hand out toward it. In an instant, his headache was back. That ain't cheese. What's the cheese really? It was the same pain as before. No, worse. He closed his eyes and jerked forward, banging his head against the desk. But the pain in his head was so bad that he didn't even feel it. He tried to hold his head in his hands. For some reason, his right hand wouldn't move. So instead, he pushed his other hand up against his temple. It felt squishy. The vein was incredibly swollen and it felt like rubber. And each time he felt his blood pulse through it, there was an unpleasant sensation in his fingers. He stamped his feet against the floor, hoping to find some small escape from the pain. But it didn't even get slightly better. It was then that he realized he was crying. He could feel the tears coming from his eyes. The pain was moving there now, too. Unable to bear it, he opened his eyes. He gasped. The whole scene appeared in front of him like some kind of awful magic trick. What's going on? That's what all your chatters want to know, too. He suddenly heard the sound of something wet dripping onto the floor. His eyes reflexively turned toward it. His right arm was gone at the elbow, and the stump was gushing blood. So his cheese was his arm, after all? That's my guess, anyway. There's a pool of it on the floor, and the sound he heard was the new blood splattering into it.
Huh?
How disarming. You're right. Say it louder. Utani didn't understand what had happened to him. What was going on? He had just gone to check on and knock at the door. And pain screamed within him. Any sense of pain in what remained of his right arm was overcome by the pain in his head. He felt nothing from his arm at all, though he saw the blood dripping to the floor. What the hell was going on? He blinked and forced his aching eyes to function as he looked around the room. Hi, Cheese. On top of his desk, he found the rest of his arm. It was sitting on a plate. At first it looked like it was still in one piece, but it wasn't. It was neatly sliced into uniform pieces. Each piece was about a centimeter wide, and the slices moved neatly toward his fingers. They sat upon the plate in roughly his arm's original shape. Miraculously, he saw there was no blood on the tip of his index finger. He still didn't understand that it was really his own arm, but sheer disgust at what he saw caused him to leap out of his chair. What was this? What kind of prank was this? The contents of his stomach flooded into his mouth. He vomited. The pink fluid splashed against the desk. He saw something solid in the middle of it. It was a thumb. It was covered in bite marks, saliva, and stomach acid, but horribly, he remembered it. What? When had he put that into his mouth? In his pain-filled mind, he suddenly heard a sound he's never heard before. Each time he heard the sound, the pain in his head got worse. He turned toward the camera, hoping for an answer to what was happening. But of course, there was none to be found. The screen was still filling with comments, but his eyes were too filled with tears for him to read them. As the whole world turned red, Otani didn't even realize that his lips were turning purple. His lips had turned purple from lack of oxygen, but were stained red with blood from his severed thumb, which he had chewed himself. As he tried to fight the pain, he began to fall unconscious, and tears fell from his eyes. The tears seemed pink to him. Otani was weeping blood. He died, still facing the camera. His guests watched the chain of events unfold, and silently headed for the door. Just before they left the room. Goodbye, they said, as if nothing at all was wrong, and shut the door. God, what the hell? This is quite a bit saucier than usual. I'm glad I was able to read that one. Sorry, I need a moment from reading that one. Just a bit saucier than usual, huh? Sheesh. When I'm video editing, I'm gonna have to catch the rest of the comments and probably share them in the Discord, because holy shit, dude. September 19th, 2015, Friday night. Woman, she go woo. Takayanagi Momone had finished her concert. Like always, she stayed behind to help put away the instruments. She even helped clean up the audience seats, even though that was the concert hall's job. Only after all of that was done could she take a break. There wasn't much time left before her solo street concert, but she still had to help anyway. She'd always been like that. Even if it wasn't her responsibility, she couldn't help but get involved. It was like in middle school, when one of her friends who wasn't as good at studying asked her for test notes. Or in high school, when a girl she knew asked her how to make Valentine's chocolate for a boy she really liked. She'd stayed up so many nights that her own test grades were worse than her friends, and she didn't even have anyone to give chocolate to on Valentine's Day. Oof. In the end, it was the other person's responsibility, not hers, but
要はヘタレなんだろう
basically,
な。
it's just a huge wuss. Takayanagi Momone was, at heart, scared of not doing everything she could, even if everything wasn't her responsibility. The concert today was another big success. Sure, it was a tiny room that could only fit in 150 people or so, standing room only, but tickets were 3,000 yen, high for a band with an amateur vocalist like her. They still sold out instantly. Oh, nice. It was bizarre how excited the crowd was. She'd heard sobs during the ballad, and during one of the high-tempo songs, the audience had stood up all the way to the back row. I can read.
ありえない。
This is impossible. She felt a chill and hugged herself tightly. It's not like It's not that her band wasn't popular. They started out in Nikoniya's Sangit category, and had kept going by doing covers of popular anime songs. It helped that her face, which had earned her the nickname Scarecrow in school, could look really good when she wore makeup. And if all of them put on ridiculous costumes and acted like idiots, some people would enjoy that. Videos of their concerts and performances pulled a decent number of views online. But Takayanagi noticed the vast majority of the people looking at the videos were people who'd come to her concerts. People had experienced that insane intensity were going back to the videos to try and feel it again. And Takayanagi knew that they probably wouldn't feel even 1% of it.
ありえないよ。
It's just impossible. The ticket prices and the audience sizes were one thing, but the strangest thing to her was their eyes. Soname Daraname? Their eyes pierced right through her, unblinking. They were like pets, totally dependent on their master. The meaning of the lyrics began to take over their lives, and they never even questioned it.
やっぱり
There has to be
私
something
の
wrong
声
with
は
my
おかしいんだ。
voice. When she first realized that this was happening, she tried to quit the band. Even if she couldn't, she at least wanted to stop doing the live shows, where people heard her directly. But the others around her wouldn't let that happen. Your voice is amazing, they would tell her. They forced her to keep singing, even as the concerts began to terrify her. Takayanagi tried to get out of it, but in the end, she kept giving in. She owed her fellow band members for getting a plain dull girl like her into the music. And for a while, part of her managed to have fun. But in the end, Takayanagi lacked the tiny bit of courage needed to break out of the cycle. She forced herself to get up and head toward the street corner, which she didn't really want to do. She received an email. She read it slowly.
嘘。
No way. She almost dropped her smartphone. She read it again and again, trying to control her shaking hands. It was nothing special, just a simple message about one of the songs she'd made. Good song. Keep it up. No way. Takayanagi tried to stop the tears, but couldn't. The band would get too many messages like this to count, especially after concerts. She knew it was rude, but to be honest, she was sick of them. But this email address wasn't for her band. It was one for a site where she had anonymously uploaded original songs. In other words, whoever sent this message hadn't come to her concerts. They never heard her voice live or felt its strange power. But they had still felt the blah 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 blah. But they had still said they liked her song.
マジですか？
Really? Wiping away tears that wouldn't stop, she quickly wrote a response. That makes me really happy. Thank you. Even after she sent it, she kept crying for a while. She hadn't cried this much since the earthquake. And then she stood up. Stupid things. She took her costumes for the day's concert out of her bag, balled them up and threw them into the trash. It was a white caped outfit worn by some angel character in some anime. Certain fans really loved it, but she didn't care about it at all. She took a wet towel off a nearby table and violently wiped away her makeup. I think I'm okay with being a scarecrow. She was never wearing another cape or putting on makeup to look like an anime character again. Never, she said aloud. Surely she was more excited than she'd ever been before. And then she started to realize what she wanted to do. I guess I could just leave Shibuya. I'm sure things are going to get messy here. Things messy in Shibuya? Never. And what would happen if she said she was going to quit the band? It caused trouble for a lot of people, definitely. Her band was scheduled to play in the Restoration Festival. But even so, she never wanted to sing at another concert. I shouldn't use the street where I've done shows. My fans will see me. Wait, I'll be fine with this face. She laughed and kissed her smartphone. Oh wow, this is so much fun. She couldn't wait to get home and start fiddling with her music. Over the web, she could really share her music with others. As long as they weren't hearing her voice live, it would be fine. If she just played a recording from a speaker, for example. I've got a small speaker in my house, don't I? That's right. She'd leave Shibuya, and when she had a few more songs, she recorded them and played them at a street concert. The speaker was small enough that she could fit it under her clothes to fool people. It would be rude to do the same song every time, so she'd re-record it at home. There's a knock at the door, one of the staffers maybe. It's the same knock pattern. I was trying to see if it lined up with Sonome Darudome. That was why the pause. It isn't quite. Oh, I'm coming. She smiled and answered them. Now that she'd thrown away her clothes, her bag was lighter than she'd ever imagined it could be. That lightness made her think about the future. She was happy. Knock, 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 knock.
Hi!
Coming. Takayanagi happily danced toward the door, completely ignorant of what was on the other side. September 19th, 2015, Friday night. Shortly after she finished, she was walking through Shibuya. She had a limp and dragged one leg behind her, as if it was injured. Her bangs were unnaturally long. Most of her face was covered by them. She wore a dark-colored dress that seemed to melt into the night, and above it, a bright red cardigan. Her chest, arms, and legs were almost completely covered. Despite the fact that the night was still warm, she wore gloves, as if it were a sin to show any skin at all. Oh, sorry. She ran into a couple coming out of a hotel and staggered slightly. Ooh. You get to see how she looks. But she didn't even look at the people she ran into. She looked down and disappeared into the streets of Shibuya. What was that? Man, talk about creepy. Hey, did you see her face? Yeah?
だよ。
Why?
気持ち
It
悪
was
い。
so weird.
何あれ
What was that?
何
Those eyes
あ
were
の目
so weird. Sonome Darenome? Chapter 1, Digital Native. The right sider chases the cases. Knock knock. Miyashiro Takuryu, our main character. Solid entry of an ellipsis from Miyashiro Takuryu. Let's say that, for example, you asked a kid in middle school, do you know what Schrodinger's cat is? Most would say yes, or I've heard of it. We'll start by eliminating the adult cunes who say they've never heard of it. Oh, adult cunes. Next you ask, well, what was it? Next we eliminate those poor fools who say, it's something about a cat in a box, right? Or, there's this cat, but you don't know if it's alive or dead, right? Or maybe they say, there's a cat in a box and next to it there's a device that may or may not give off poison gas. You don't know if the cat's alive or dead till you open the box. Everybody knows that. We can eliminate those show-offs as well. Anybody from these groups is your wrong sider. Oh boy. The right answer would be to describe the experiment and then say, it was a thought experiment proposed by Schrödinger to criticize the quantum mechanical theory that state collapse only occurs after human observation. But barely anyone can do that. And I imagine that I'm the only guy who's still in high school who knows that Schrödinger got the idea after exchanging letters with Einstein. Out of all of the games that I have played that I've mentioned Schrödinger's cat, I think this is the only one that's mentioned that fact, so I didn't know. I hate wrong-siders. Okay, go for you, buddy. I'd taken a break from investigating the two incidents that occurred recently in Shibuya, and was paging through some at-channel blog aggregators for a change of pace. As always, articles about bad idols and corporations with terrible work environments were getting tons of hits. It was hard to believe that Crash of 15, a huge news story that had just happened this month, was already off the front pages. Interesting. I think the Crash of 15 was specifically mentioned before in, Robotics Notes. Do the people reading and commenting on these sites realize that everything they read about corporations and idols was carefully controlled? Did they know that most of the big aggregator sites are corporations too? Did they realize the comments were all manipulated to go one direction or another? Kids our age are living in a world where all of the information you could ever want was right at your fingertips. To those of us in the Satori generation, ignorance was the worst sin. The ignorant were self-righteous, easily manipulated, and eager to push their paper-thin worldview onto others. They were nothing but a nuisance. The worst of the lot were the so-called otaku. I couldn't stand otaku. They were wrong-siders. Okay. Take the picture on the cover of this magazine. It was from Bloodtoon. For hating it so much, why do you have a anime magazine handy, buddy? Like, hello. Gone Viral mention. Look at the Gone Viral poster stuff. Cute. Anyways. Any otaku who just watched it for the cute characters was a loser. There's no point in watching the show if you're going to ignore its deeper themes. So he's one of these guys. I couldn't stand people who still held to the old-fashioned idea that only otaku watched anime, but people who ignored the show's themes and just watched it for the cuteness were even worse. So far this guy is just like an anti-taku. Yeah, he's very opposite of taku meme. There's still an asshole. So far, I kind of wish we had Takumi back, but maybe we'll grow to like him. They were ignoring the implicit... they were ignoring the implicit social criticism hidden in...
Nani?
What? I stared at the magazine in amazement. Specifically, I stared at the box that listed the new episode previews. The text said that Aaron was missing.
Baka ka!
Idiots. I take it Aaron is his favorite. Damn it, I'd let my guard down because I knew this episode was written by the guy who wrote the original manga. The original author doesn't know anything about his own work. He's one of those... How could you remove Aaron from the story halfway through? Not keeping her around meant bringing all the internal drama that had been built up so far to a halt. God damn it. So much for my change of pace. I knew I had work to do on the case, but I put it away because I couldn't find any link between the two crimes. I felt that sigh. Mood. I thought for a moment, and then took my magazine from its secret stash. It was an issue of an older magazine called Cool Cat Press. We surveyed 1,000 women in Tokyo, and their answers will shock you. 100 magic words to make any girl fall in love with you. A comprehensive study on the guys girls dig. Oh god. Oh boy. People called it a dating guide for the normies, written by someone who never dated a girl in his life, but you'd be surprised. I'm not convinced you've ever dated a girl or touched a girl in your life so far. Magic words to make any girl fall in love with you. Stupid. I knew it was stupid. But when I ran an internet search for their #1 phrase, nothing came back. And that was the thing. The fact that it didn't show up on the internet meant, to me, that it was worth something. I can understand that line of logic, I guess. I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but may I fall in love with you? Oh dear.
何を
With you. Yeah, that's fair. What are you doing? Right back at you, buddy. I turned to yell at the voice.
ん
Huh? Oh no way. When did you get here? I had my favorite magazine behind my back and tried to calm my racing heart. Even if we've known each other since we were kids, don't just come in without permission. Okay.
ノックした
I
よ
knocked, didn't I?
てか何
So,
その
what's that
雑誌
magazine?
面白いの
Anything interesting? On the way, Serika. She's very cute. Pats her. She's mine now. It's nothing. I couldn't let her find out. This is bad.
どうしたんだよ
What's going on? Why are you wearing your school uniform?
帰ったん
Didn't
じ
you
ゃな
go
いのか
home? Serika frowned.
今日の部活で
You're the one who told me to go
事件のこと調べて
investigate the
こいって
crime
言ったの
scenes for our
パパじゃ
club
ん
today. Huh. That's right. I'm gonna flick his forehead.
はいこれ
Here you go.
追加の現場
More pictures from the
周り
crime
の画像データ
scenes. Sarika took a USB memory stick out of her purse.
お
No,
Oh,
thanks. Could you transfer it to my computer for me while you're at it? Lazy ass. Sarika looked a little confused.
珍しいね。
That's rare.
自分
You
の
never let
PC
anyone
触ら
touch
せ
your
るなんて。
computer.
別に
Not really.
お前はいい
You're
よ
allowed.
うん
Hmm. She didn't seem to think much of it as she started to copy the data off. Okay, now's my chance. The RV was cramped, but there was a lot of space for storage. I pretended to make tea as I tried to find room on the top shelf. Is she not going to see her dumb Google search? You're right, that's a possibility. He did Google it first to see if we used, huh? Okay, there's just enough room for one more magazine. And then I heard a cute sound like a small fart from behind me. Ellipsis exclamation mark. I glanced back and saw that Sarika was using the mouse with one hand and fiddling with her Garo Froggy Garoro strap with the other. This is my chance. The Garo Froggy Garoro strap was a soft vinyl cell phone strap I'd won in a candy contest when I was a kid. When you pushed its belly, it was supposed to go Garoro Garo. It turned out to be an incredibly rare prize that could fetch 100,000 yen at an auction, but since I was a kid who didn't know any better, I gave it to Sarika as a present. Sarika seemed to really like it, and she carried it with her ever since. Which, well, that was fine, but... it was old and faded, and when you pressed its belly, air leaked out of its side and made a weird noise. It used to go ghetto, I think, but now it just made a strange whooshing sound. Ever since she was a kid, she had a habit of fiddling with it, especially when she was nervous or focused on something. In other words, she was focused on the computer. And that's my chance to hide it. I jammed the magazine onto the shelf and moved some things so she couldn't see it.
Mountain view でいい
Want a
か
mountain view? You know, as opposed to Mountain Dew is my guess. Mountain View is funny, not gonna lie.
いいよ。
Nah, don't waste it.
それ
I'm
に
leaving in a
すぐ
second
に帰る
anyway.
し
Okay, all done.
終了。
There were quite a few files on screen. He's still on Windows 7, damn. Yeah, because Windows 8 was out by now in 2015, right? But this is definitely Windows 7. I know Windows 7 when I see it.
結構撮ったな
You took a lot of pictures.
成果
Any luck?
新しい
I
発
didn't see
見はなか
anything
った
new.
よ。
What about you,
What?
Taku?
新しい共
Find
通
anything
点
new
見
that
つかっ
connects
た
the two cases? Why are you calling him Taku?
いや
No. I guess yeah, Takaru. Still. I didn't even consider that. Takumi, Takaru. Well, guess you just got a different Taku. I shook my head, frustrated.
うんそっか
Aww, I see.
ま
Well,
あ
let's
気
not
長
get
に行こう
frustrated yet.
じゃあ
I'll see you in the
部
club
室
room
で
tomorrow. Just as she was about to leave, I got an idea.
あお
Oh,
前
Onoi. That was a really cute sound. I need to double check my information. She was, in theory, a girl. Okay.
あのさ
I'm
例
just
えばなんだけど
asking, but...
うん
Huh?
あ
Uh,
なんていうか
let's say someone wanted to
告白
ask
され
you
たとしてさ
out.
うん
Huh?
いやだから
Just
例えば
hypothetically, okay?
こう言われた
What
ら
would you
どう
think if they said,
誠
I
に
know
勝
this
手
is
なのですが
extraordinarily selfish of
好き
me,
になって
but
もいい
may I
ですか
fall in love with you? It sounds like a line straight out of a fucking... I'm gonna stop that train of thought, actually.
さっき言ってたやつ
Is that what you were just saying?
そ
Never
それはい
mind
いから
that. What do you think? Sarika thought for a second.
年下なの？
Is this person
この
younger
人。
than me? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Negative?
Eh?
Switch between the positive and negative using the Z and C keys. Got it. Okay. I actually kind of like how I like that it also clearly said positive, negative, because like the first game was just like green, red. Anyways. Wait, so this is the first to actually know this tracks. Yeah, it does track. So see? Yeah. Huh?
丁寧語だから。
Since they're being so polite. Wait, did I read her first thing? Oh yeah, no. Is this person younger than me? Huh. Okay, yeah. Since they're being so polite. That's true, come to think of it. I feel like this is the thing that doesn't quite translate well. Because, like, there is politeness in English, but, like, not in the same way as Japanese. So... Why was it so polite anyway?
年下なの
Maybe
か
they
な
are. I mean,
いや
never
そうじゃ
mind
なく
that.
て
What do you think?
どう？
どうって、
Well,
丁
I
寧
think
だ
it's
な
really
って思うけ
polite,
ど。
but it feels like we're missing a sentence or something. No, it's context clues with language because, like, how polite something is in Japanese is very present just the way you say something. So that's what they're talking about. It's like, oh, this is like really formally spoken. So like, are they younger than me? Like, why are they speaking like that type thing? It's definitely something that doesn't translate well into English because English doesn't have like a system like that.
告白されたことないから
Nobody's ever
よ
asked
くわ
me
かんない
out, so I don't know.
他には何か思わない
And
か
everything else, like,
こう素敵だな
how
と思ったり
romantic.
しないか
うん
Hmm?
別
Not
に
really.
相手
That
に
would
よるんじ
depend
ゃ
on
ない
the person, right? The pain sound he made. Grr. What's going on here, cool cat? It would depend on the person asking the question. Of course it would. Trigger on. But wait a second. Sarika just said it would depend on the person. Sarika and I have known each other for a long time. We've been friends since we were little, and we still spend a lot of time with each other. Which means there's a good chance that she likes me. In other words, if I went for it, could I at least get a kiss? Buddy. You aren't much better than talking to me at all in that way. You're just an ass. At least with his inner thoughts, anyways. That's right. Cool Cat Press said the same thing. In the October 10th, 1999 edition, it was a special titled, How to Silence a Woman by Kissing Her. This fall, women are waiting for your kiss. Share an unbalanced kiss and fall in love. Do whatever it takes to trick her into kissing you. He who dares wins. Do whatever it takes to trick her into kissing you. Oh,
こ
buddy.
の絵
Oh, no, wait.
ちょっとだけ
Just for a bit.
ちょっとだ
Just
け
for a
いい
bit,
か
okay? Huh? Just for a bit, what? Her face. She's like, excuse me? I grabbed a confused Sarika and forced her down on the bed. Oh boy.
ちょっとだけだから
Just for a bit.
本当に
Really.
ちょっとだけ
Just for a little bit. He who dares wins or becomes a rapist. And they say kisses are magic. If I kissed Sarika, maybe she'd fall in love with me. I wasn't sure I wanted Sarika to fall in love with me, but I really felt like I was just grabbing the first girl that was available, but I just really wanted to kiss someone, and it didn't matter who.
キスさせろ
Let me kiss you. On the way. I felt a strong shock against my left cheek. Good. My head shook. I was seeing stars. Taku. You're
Kimoi.
creepy. Good on her, yeah. I'm not sure I would have necessarily translated Kimoi as creepy. I personally would have translated it as gross. I did definitely pick the negative delusion. I'm doing the same thing I did with Chaos Head. I'm gonna pick all the negative delusions to start because I can. First time was kind of on accident. This time it's on purpose. Her words stabbed like daggers into my heart. All the excitement I felt was washed away in an instant. No, on the way. God, now that I know that it's the same voice actor as Alice, Taisho Alice, I can only hear it now. I can't believe you. You're disgusting. So, wait, you think since I'm nice enough to hang out with you, I'd be sure to let you kiss me? Hell no. Don't kick me. I'm sorry. You deserved it, buddy. Not gonna lie. I don't care if you're sorry. What is your problem? You're so fucking creepy. Die. Kill yourself right now. Bite right through your disgusting tongue and bleed to death, you piece of shit. Taku, why are you pale and shaking all of a sudden? No reason. Forcing her to the bed was basically a crime. Basically, it is a crime, you dumbass. Bad idea. Yeah. I'm not like your average teenager who only thinks about the opposite sex. Are you possibly a little bit of the gay? If my simulation with Sarika went that badly, trying it with any other girl was sure to end with me in handcuffs. Yeah. What about if you tried it with a guy? Anyway, Taku, give me 500 yen.
Eh?
Huh? For what? Hush money? Wait. That was just a simulation.
500円って
What are you talking about?
何の話
500 yen? Here, I forgot. She showed me the paper bag she was holding. I just ran into Gan-san. He gave me this. Said it was your usual. I paid him 500 yen for it. Good girl. Pat, 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 pat.
いつもの
My usual. Confused, I took the bag from her. Gan-san's usual changed every time I talked to him, so I couldn't count on it. What was it today? Magazines, That drunk old bastard. What's your usual?
何でもない
Nothing. Here. 500 yen.
500円
I forced 500 yen into her hands. Her little face. Ignoring her persistent questions, I led her to the door.
明日
I'll see you at school tomorrow. Huh?
データはありがとう
Thanks for the pictures.
助かった
They're a big help. Fine. Reluctantly, she left my room. Phew. Damn it. Sure, this is what I always bought from Gen-san. But the information in the last one was no good. What the heck was a cool cat anyway? A cold cat? Is it cold because it's dead? 100 ways to secretly show your sexy side.
じゃない
No. I needed to hide this too. But I had so many of them now. I was running out of room on the top shelf. When I tried to force it in, a mountain of old papers came falling out. Damn it. No room, huh? What's this? It was an old scrapbook about the murders that occurred 6 years ago in Shibuya. New generation madness. Honestly, every time I see like something called like next gen or new generation, like anything along those lines, whenever I'm out about in my daily life, it's like, ah, yes, new gen. Anyways. It was an old scrapbook about... Yeah, I read that already. What am I doing? I bought it from Gunson too, come to think of it. I'd already scanned it, but I'd forgotten to throw out the original. How could I, of all people, be so lax with information? I just have to bundle it up with the rest of my collection. My eyes lingered for a second on the page. Come to think of it. I quickly ran over to my PC. I opened the files on the case that I've been looking for. Seriously? My words were a whisper. I looked back at the scrapbook, then compared it to the data on the PC. There was no doubt. I kept looking at it, and it kept saying the same thing. But this... My hypothesis was right. I'm sure even the police haven't noticed. To be fair, the police are pretty bad at their job. Strange sumo stickers increasing in Shibuya. Name, fiancé milk girl, reproduction prohibited. Off_go at taboo.co.jp. Okay. Lately, stickers with the face of a sumo wrestler on them have been appearing around Shibuya. Commonly known as sumo stickers, nobody knows who's putting them up or why. Everything about them is shrouded in mystery. I started seeing them on signs and guardrails all over Shibuya 5 or 6 years ago. There are a lot of other stickers put up by graffiti artists, but Shibuya in particular has a huge number of these sumo stickers. Some have speculated that they're a message from a terrorist group, or perhaps a cult. But as of now, that's nothing more than a hypothesis. When asked about the stickers, a 41-year-old man who worked at a Jinan Shibuya hair salon said, "They're creepy. I wish whoever it was would stop destroying the Shibuya landscape." Sometimes residents will take them down only to see them reappear later. Shibuya City Hall says, quote, "We're continuing our community outreach efforts to help stop these stickers from being put up. But also, there are no plans to use city funds to remove the stickers." Police have said that placing these stickers on public property is a misdemeanor, but that it's extremely difficult to persecute without catching someone in the act of doing so. They have no current plans for dealing with the stickers either. The citizens of Shibuya are going to be stuck with these stickers for a while, it seems. Interesting. After I saw one 2 years ago, I've been seeing them everywhere. Feels like they're even more lately. Saw another one today. With an image attached. You can just scroll, like a web page. That's actually cool. Anyways. These two. What the fuck, lol. There was another one under the escalator at Hikari Iwo. How the hell did they get one down there? I did this a few years back. I wonder if it's still there. I saw that one too, lol. That's crazy. Here's some more pics. Puns. I always feel sick when I see that face. I once threw up when I saw one of those stickers. Shit sucks. Whoever puts them up needs to FOAD. I heard if you scribble on top of one, the sumo wrestler curses you. Anyone else know it's almost impossible to get the damn things off? Saw my first one today. Stop upping these things, Anon. There's a shit ton of them if you image search. I actually saw one of those stickers talking once. It was yelling, "Dosukoi! Time for your meds, Grandpa!" Somebody make a doodle map that lists all the locations. We'll be at it for years. So if you go to Shibuya, you get stare raped by sumo wrestlers, right? I don't understand the sluts that go to Shibuya to enjoy that. Okay. Hang on, I think I need to reread that. So if you go to Shibuya, you get stare raped by sumo wrestlers, right? I don't understand the stuff that go to Shibuya to enjoy that. Okay. They should just put up a bunch of cute anime girl stickers instead, like Kanona or Seida-tan. Then all the otaku dorks would move from Akihabara to Shibuya. I vote for Kamiyama Hanagetsu. I feel pressure coming from real Goku. This is my prophecy onto you. Someday, we'll see a sumo judge sticker. True that. At this point, only a few people were talking about the sumo wrestler stickers. You could have known that these eerie stickers would mark the beginning of a world-changing event. You're just processing the wallpaper of this computer. Just a couple of bears chilling out. They're cute, fuzzy little guys. So, this is a magazine article about the incident that occurred on the 7th. On the 7th? The suicide that took place during the Nikoniya stream, right? I read that article. We don't know for sure that it was a suicide, though. People on the net are calling it the Delusion case. Here's the video of the broadcast. Oops. Didn't need to cut him off. I saw that too. Wait, we saw it together. And here's the building it took place in. Only took some more photos for me yesterday. I know that too. And this is the inside of his room. Huh? No way, you took this? When? Wait, how? Until then, Ito had been disinterestedly pointing his camera at the colorful decorations in the hallway, but this got his attention. Of course it did. No one else had seen these pictures yet. Last weekend, you could see the room from the 5th floor of the karaoke place on the other side of the street. Seriously? Ah, first name Shinji. Interesting. Here. This is the 5th floor. They have phone droids. Interesting. You could always count on him to be interested when it came to new information. So what? He went in by yourself? Huh? I mean, you went to the karaoke place by yourself? For karaoke alone? I didn't have a choice, did I? And it's not embarrassing. And I didn't sing, so it wasn't really karaoke. To be honest, I was a little embarrassed. The guy at the counter, who was probably just a part-timer, had stared at me suspiciously. Maybe I attracted his attention by coming in during the middle of the day in my uniform. And since I'd never been there before, he made me fill out membership paperwork. I didn't know how to do it, so it took a long time. And actually, I'd never been to a karaoke place before in my life. Alright, I got these. Let's go to the next one. This is such a pain. We went over to the gym from the 2nd floor hallway. It was filled with students laughing over who knows what. The whole school was getting ready for the culture festival next week. This year's festival was supposed to be a big one. Hekiho Academy was the first private high school built as part of the restoration efforts, and so it was attracting a lot of attention. One reason why everyone was so excited for the school fair was the school's lax rules, with lots of clubs and activities. But the biggest reason was the Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival 2 months from now. 2 months from now, on November 6th, would mark 6 years since the Shibuya earthquake. The 5-year anniversary fair last year had affected the whole town. And since the school was in Shibuya too, it would include us. We were just a simple high school, but now our culture festival was being treated as a prelude to the big one, as supposedly there would be a TV cameras filming the day of the event. Wow. Aren't those costumes copyrighted? Can they get away with that? Wait, why are they wearing them now? Ito turned his camera toward a group of people pretending to be pro wrestlers. Ito and I were in the newspaper club, and it was our job to record the festivities. I can read. The principal had ordered that all clubs were to participate in the culture festival, and recording the festivities. Got a cough stuck in my throat. That's not very helpful for reading. Let's try that again. The principal had ordered that all clubs were to participate in the culture festival, and recording the festivities was our way of getting by without having to do much work. Recording videos and taking photos was my hobby, and more than anything, it seemed like the way that would demand I burned the fewest calories. Okay. I couldn't see myself participating in any of the usual festival nonsense, like the baseball team's fried baseball ice cream stand, but it was probably just regular fried ice cream in a ball. That sounds fun, though. Cute little theme. Or the Pro Wrestling Research Club, so Mascot Pro Wrestling, or even the seance that the Mystery Club and Future Fortune-Telling Club were putting on together. It's seance, you say? They probably just don't have anything better to do. Hey, don't pull my whiskers. I'll rip them off. Huh? Huh? Aren't these a tenna? What do you think? They were a tenna. Wouldn't you look cuter if you ripped them off? Huh? What? Do I really have to answer such a stupid question? Goddamn normies. Go die in a fire. Oh boy. Hey, don't make fun of normies. I'm a normie. Keep huffing that copium, Takaru. Keep huffing that copium. I love a little squawk of a huh. Hey, you idiot! The camera! He dropped it. That thing is expensive. Hey, what do you mean? You're hitting me? Wait, the camera! Did you betray me? Did you lose a level? When did you get a girlfriend? Huh? I don't have a girlfriend, but forget that. Pick up the camera. What? Nani? Hentax, interesting. Fake camera company name. I slipped out of Ito's grasp and picked up the camera. Looks like it's safe. Good. I relaxed and handed the camera back to Ito. Sheesh. Get a hold of yourself. I don't like them. Right-siders, you know? Want me to give you a lecture about it? Listen, the term normie first came into use on the Japanese internet around 2005, referred to someone whose daily life was fulfilling and satisfying. Originally, the term netizen existed as its antonym, but that distinction barely exists anymore. That's because the net is now an integral part of everyday life. When it first came into use, simply having friends was enough to qualify one as a normie, but gradually this requirement shifted into having a lover, but this too is changing. The modern definition of a normie is now someone whose life is truly satisfying. That is, someone who's doing what they really want to do. In that sense, I am a normie. He is giving a lecture. It's kind of funny, not gonna lie. Therefore, the people over there who are screwing around and wasting time aren't normies at all. You need to use words correctly. Peachy, is this you? Just kidding. Seriously, he needs to be careful. Just being a wrong-sider by itself is the sin these days. You know, the only correct reaction, to be honest. After I finished my lecture, I saw that Ito was staring at me wordlessly. What? Did he not understand it? I walked him through the entire etymology. Yeah, what he said. What? You're not annoying me. Let's use words correctly, okay? Huh? Why? Normies don't talk like that. Yeah. Wait, why? And you know, I've got acquaintances who are women. Of course, men too. Normies don't have to justify that, buddy. I just told you. Normies don't talk like that. But what's the reason? And may I also add... I quickly swallowed my words. I'm studying fashion too. I'd read that new issue of Cool Cat before I put it away. There was an article in it called Utsunomiya's Fashion Leader. I thought it looked pretty good. If I could wear that stuff, I'm sure. A little painted image of him. It looks goofy. What? Like, I'm telling you, I'm... Sure, whatever, man. Let's go. As he walked away, I turned my eyes toward the group of mascot pro wrestlers. Alright then, we'll all wear the same outfit. Oh, like Sentai Rangers. We can split the colors up. I'll be yellow. The audience would love it. But do we have the budget? We've got your allowance, right? Shove it. Or we could paint the colors onto our bodies. It just has to get laughs, right? Welcome back, Master. Keron. Keron. He's not very cute, is it? Can we fix that? Don't say that, it's not cute. Wait, it's not fair that only the girls are waitresses. The boys should be waitresses too. Yeah, get in the maid dresses, guys. Come on, chop chop. Did Gero Froggy really talk like that? Ito just finished recording the goings-on in the classroom. Oh boy, delusion time! It doesn't matter. This was class 3-1. Ito's in my class. Most of the class was busy with the Gero Froggy Cafe we were doing for the festival. Some people were ignoring the fuss and studying. Some of the Taku were reading light novels. Did they really think that if they left the paper cover from the bookstore on it, we couldn't tell it was a light novel? They were trying their best to stay out of the way. Most people were happily making Gero Froggy decorations, or putting on Gero Froggy costumes and messing around. All the clubs had to participate in the festival, but so did all the classes. No one had told me, but evidently several months ago, we decided to do a Gero Froggy themed cafe. You dummy. Gero Froggy has a girl's voice. Not sure, but it's just a culture festival. You're allowed to That's wrong. Huh? Ito tilted his head in confusion. Oh boy. Trigger on. That's right, Gero Gero. We don't talk that way, Gero. Don't mess with us, Gero. Suddenly, all the Gero froggies in the classroom stood up on their own. There were easily more than 30 of them. It took me a second to process what I was seeing, but who could blame me? Who wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of Gero froggy dolls suddenly started walking around of their own free will? Next thing we knew, we were surrounded. We were like frogs in the clutches of a hungry snake, or maybe humans in the clutches of angry frogs. What's going on? The stuffed animals are talking. Wow, that's creepy. Hilarious. We won't let anyone make fun of us, Gero. Let's teach them a lesson, Gero. Let the bloody nightmare begin, Gero. And their eyes weren't smiling. This felt really bad. What? You stupid little frogs think you can pick a fight with us? One of my classmates carelessly approached the green Gero froggy. No, don't. It was too late. The green Gero froggy launched itself like a missile at his mouth, then forced its way down his throat. Then it ripped its way out of his stomach from the inside. No, my stomach. My stomach. Something long, pink, and glistening slid out from the gaping hole in his stomach. And that's when the screaming began. No one escaped the classroom alive. The Gero froggies showed no mercy. They indiscriminately slaughtered both boys and girls. And I was the least lucky of them all. I was the last survivor. If only they'd killed me sooner, I wouldn't have had to piss myself in despair, trapped in a classroom where the walls were covered in blood and guts and brains. I wouldn't have had to see my classmates die. I'm going to experiment on you, Gero. You gotta be a human puppet, Gero. We're going to enter you, and I will control you, Gero. Please don't. Don't worry, the pain will end soon, Gero. The green frog leapt toward my mouth. A huge, wet lump forced its... That's definitely not correct. Let's try that again. A huge, wet lump forced its way down my windpipe and inside of me. I should have chewed off my own tongue and died that way, with the frog in my throat. But it was too late for regrets now. That's like something out of a cheesy horror movie. Monksires these days preferred big-budget action movies. Something like this would never sell to them. I erased the stupid simulation from my mind, and decided to get back on topic. I took out my Pokecom and showed it to Ito. So, here's the images from the 19th of this month. It's the 19th of this month. Anyways, audio bleed, huh? Let me see. I haven't seen this one before. Where'd you get it? It showed up for an instant on Aggregator Wiki. I scraped it before it got deleted. This has got a nicer angle, right? Hey, let me up this to Nikunio along with the stuff you took from the karaoke box. You've already upped it to the newspaper club's cloud storage. Make some adjustments so it's easier to see. Do what you want with it.
なんか最
Do
近再
something
生数
kind
が
of
いまい
bad
ち伸びないん
lately.
だよな。
Last video I
この前
got
俺一人で
tagged
作っ
with
た動画のタグに
Cameraman,
も
do your
カメ
damn
ラ仕
job,
事する
and
と
this
アング
angle
ル大体合って
sucks.
ないとか書かれるし。
Nito looked really upset. Well, I knew how he felt. The Hekiho Academy Newspaper Club had been the first in the nation to upload a video version of the school paper to Nikoniya. Our papers dealt with anything involving Shibuya. We'd done a special on the Shibuya restoration once the local paper had written about it. We won a special prize at a city journalism contest, and the video had received over 80,000 views despite being boring as hell. After that, though, I can understand being upset at the fact that the new videos dealing with goings-on in Shibuya weren't breaking 2 digits. No, I was the one who put that cameraman do your damn job tag on. That angle is crap, man. Thank you, Taku. Ta-da! Got it!
おお
No!
オリジナル
And
じ
it's an
ゃん
original!
疲れた。
I'm so tired. A boyfriend and a girlfriend walked in, evidently back from shopping. Their arms were full of Garo Froggy stuffed animals.
だから違
I
うって。
told you that's wrong.
は？
Huh?
いや
What's
だから
wrong?
何がだよ。
Nito hadn't noticed then. I looked at my classmates, who were already beginning to play with their new toys, and said,
前も
I
話した
told
こ
you
とあ
this
った
before,
ろ。
right? You could tell an
大半の
average
中高生は
teenager's information
日
level by
頃アクセスし
knowing
てる
what
サイトで
sites
情
they
報
go
レベル
to.
が知れるって。
Oh boy. This is a personal theory of mine. Smartphones and Pokécoms have become a religion of the modern teenager, and the information they gain from these portable terminals had a huge influence on their lives. Some people only looked at SNSs like Twipo, Ryan, and Facebook, others at Channel and Nikoniya. Some looked at all of those sites as well as the links they found there. And then some looked at all those things, as well as their favorite celebrity blogs and the big @channel aggregators, and then whatever humor site was popular at the moment. All of these people were wrong-siders. And the scary thing was these days, 9 out of 10 wrong-siders were teenagers. Gator Froggy launched 6 years ago as a cell phone strap, which got popular for reasons no one ever understood. And then lately, a combination of Gator Froggy memes on Twipo, as well as an amateur anime posted to Nikoniya, if I remember right. It was a talking dancing frog singing anime themes. Had created a fad, though I hate to use the word for something so stupid. It amazed me that people honestly believed that the ribbit sounds made by the female actress in those videos were from the original. Or that the original was the stuffed animal that had come out recently and not the phone strap. My guess was that they only got their information from Twipo.
それに
And a man can't
男
be
の
a
場合はウ
waitress.
ェイトレ
He's
ス
a
じゃなくて
waiter.
ウェイターだって。
Yeah, but he can still wear a maid dress. That's fine, right? This is one of the reasons I joined the newspaper club. I didn't want to end up like them. Anyway.
宮代くん
Miyashiro-kun? The girl, evidently the one in charge of the waitresses, was talking to me. Ugh. Eternal ugh. Understandable. Have a nice day. Put the frog in the maid dress? Yes. Who is she again? Fujito-san? Fujimoto-san? I think there's a Fuji.
何？
What is it, Tanaka-san? Tanaka. I was totally wrong.
あのさ 教室で
about the
流す映
videos
像
we're
の
going to
ビ
be
デオ撮
playing
影
in
の
the
ことなんだけど
classroom.
さ
What is she talking about? Oh right, they were going to make their own version of the Nikoniya videos where they wear costumes and danced.
そのアップとか
Do you
できる
think
の
we
か
could
な
do some close-ups or
こうずっ
something?
と同じで撮
Instead
る
of
んじ
just
ゃ
shooting
なく
from the
て
same spot the whole time? What? Is she telling me what to do? I didn't volunteer to videotape it, you guys forced me. Well, it's better than being told to dance or make props myself.
Ah.
No.
Eh.
Well... I love the difference between the way he, like, actually talks to people and his internal thoughts. You see... You don't want to fix... You want us to move around? Fix? I don't know what you
よく
mean.
わかんないけど。
We can do it. We can do close-ups or whatever.
本当？
Really?
よかった。
Great. I'll write up
じゃあ
how we want you to
本番
do
ま
it
で
and
に
give it
ど
to
こ
you
をどう
before
撮って
the
ほしい
shoot.
かまとめて渡すから。
Unless you have multiple cameras, you're going to have to re-record it a lot. And since they're high schoolers, I'm assuming they only have the one camera. But that's a them problem. And then she fled. You barely made a sound, but understandable. Have a nice day. That surprised me. Don't scare me like that. I was so nervous I was sweating a little. Nito looked at me inside. What?
お前
There's no way
や
you're a
っぱり
normie
野獣じゃな
man.
いわ
What?
相変わら
You
ず慣れ
forgot
ない
whenever
相
you're
手だと
talking
気を
to
取るし
someone new.
丁寧語だし
Listen, you can still have a very satisfying life and have social anxiety. But you're right. Takeru here is not a normie. I can't help it. She came out of nowhere. And what's more, I made it a policy not to talk to anyone unless it was necessary. This was the first time in quite a while I spoke to any of my classmates but Ito.
どうだった
How'd it go?
なんか
He
自慢
was
されてなか
bragging
っ
about
た？
something, you know,
フィックス
fixed
と
or
かなん
something.
とか。
だそ
What?
れ
More techno
バカ
babble?
うんちくか
Oh, misunderstandings. They'd already started to spread meaningless information. Stop it. Hearing whispers about me in the classroom brought back bad memories. I was starting to have a hard time breathing. That's called a panic attack.
おい
Hey,
大丈
you
夫か
okay? It must have looked like I was in pain, because Ito was looking at me with concern on his face. I quickly nodded to show that it was fine.
陰口は
If
聞
you
こえ
want
な
to
い
talk
ように
behind
言えって
someone's
のな
back, do it where they can't hear you.
自慢
And
で
it's
も
not
うんちくでも
bragging
なんで
or
もないって
techno babble.
別に
It doesn't bother me.
気にしてないよ。
Vegeta-san is...
藤田さんは誰だよ
Who's that? Oh, Tanaka-san is just a wrong cider. That's right. It wasn't worth worrying about. She was just ignorant. Ida looked over Ida looked over at her other classmates who were having fun.
ったくオポ
Jeez.
チュニスト
They're obdurate as hell. I don't know enough words for this shit. Peachy analysis. Did I even say it right? Probably not. Obdurate. Obdurate. Obdurate just means stubborn. I see. That makes sense. Am I saying it right, at least? It's kind of like obstinate, to be honest. No long vowels here. So obdurate. Yeah, that works. What do you mean, yeah, that works? That means it's still wrong. Meh. I agree. Small sound. Ret. Obdurate. Google can fuck off. Obdurate. Me being stubborn about saying a word correctly, that means stubborn. Me being obdurate about the word obdurate, anyways. It pays off. Obdurate? Uh-oh. What did that mean again? I knew I'd heard it before. I ran a search on my Pokemon, making sure not to let you see. Ellipsis. Obdurate. Stubbornly refusing to change out of a lack of pity or remorse. Ruthless. Ah. Okay, well, I guess I was being the opposite of obdurate since I was being stubborn and changing with getting it correct. That's right. I think that's exactly the right word. They have no remorse at all. You got that right. Ito nodded, annoyed. Good. Looks like he didn't find out. To the Taku at the bottom of the social hierarchy always have to give the people above us something to talk about. Head pats. Head pats. Hold it. The school's social hierarchy wasn't something I cared about, but... Hey, I'm not an otaku. Not this again. What do you mean again? I just don't like it when people are wrong. Do you want... No, I do not want a lecture. The definition of a word otaku is changing. The negative connotations it originally had are disappearing, but... Word otaku, speaking of words... Even now, 2015, still mostly serves to denote those obsessed with anime, light novels, video games, and idols. Yeah, I'm realizing as he continues speaking, he didn't mean like a person that's otaku about words. The word... The definition of the word otaku. Yeah, anyways. Continuing, processing words aside... Brain go burr. Dies. Me too. I wish I knew more Japanese because the grammar system works better for my little pea brain. I thought I saw a boy reading a light novel turn toward me, but I didn't care. I don't watch stupid anime or read stupid light novels. It's a waste of time. Where are you going on about how great some anime was? What was it? Bloodtoon? Ellipsis. Caught in his tracks. I said I don't watch stupid anime. It's no different than people who ignore the quality movies like The Double Life of Veronica or It's My Wonderful Life and just watch the same stuff over and over. And then they say, anyone who hasn't seen this show is a casual. And I got it, and I got it. So the Double Life of Veronica is a spoof of the Double Life of Veronique. That's... I see. Not much of a change, but fair enough. Or people who lie about having read books like Transmutation City or The Fiends and just read light novels all day. And the word otaku refers to people like that, who only bother to absorb information about subjects they enjoy. Camera otaku really seemed like a bunch of weirdos to me. As long as they're not bothering anyone, who cares? I'm a Johnny otaku myself. Ellipsis. Stop it, please. More than anything. I don't want to be the same as you people. I don't know what they mean by Johnny either. It's okay. It wasn't important enough to be even a tip. And then the door to the classroom flew open. Oh boy, time for a delusion! Yippee! A female student was looking in. She must have been in a hurry because she was a little out of breath. She brushed her long hair out of her eyes and was about to come inside. No, what's up? Oh, Empress. Perfect timing. The whole class started talking to her. Oh, she's adorable.
ちょっと
Hold on. She was about to say something when her foot caught on one of the cables running across the room. And she suddenly tripped. Watch out! I can only imagine what the positive delusion would have been in this case with the trip, but... we're here for the bad time. I moved quickly. She staggered forward, but I reached out my hand to keep her from falling. For some reason, I felt a powerful impact on the top of my skull as I slammed into the ground. My vision went black. I was about to pass out. What the heck just happened? Allow me to explain. When the Empress lost her balance, for some reason she decided to regain it by jumping. The momentum caused her body to twist in the air. As a result, she landed a perfectly flying roundhouse kick to Miyashiro's head. Miyashiro loses the bout by TKO. Given that was just one possibility, I probably shouldn't do anything. She almost tripped but managed to keep her balance. She smiled a bit and took a deep breath. All the students around her, boys and girls alike, began to move. They surrounded her as if they were welcoming a long-lost family member. Hey, who put this cable here? That's dangerous! No, I'm so sorry. Empress, you okay? Yeah, don't worry about me. She answered them with a smile. I felt like our eyes met. I looked away without thinking. Kurisu no. The first student council president of Heikiko Academy. Hey, so for our cafe we got the kitchen and the other part. What do you call it? Where the customers sit? Diner. Kurisu smiled a little as she spoke. You mean the hall? That too. Dining hall. Yeah, the hall. Did Mr. Wacky adjust the number of curtains we got to partition the tool? The tool? The two. I can read, I promise. Adjust? Did Mr. Wakui say he was going to do that, Masuda-kun? Huh? You didn't know? Nope. Which means he definitely didn't do it. Fine, I'll talk to him. Are you sure? The teachers seem to have their eye on you, Chris. Actually, they seem scared of you. The student council president's job is to make the teachers' lives difficult for the benefit of the students. Don't worry, I'll use what little power I've got. Oh, and last second. Stop calling me Empress. Looking at the kanji in her name because I can. Interesting. So the first kanji in her last name, which is the kuru, is like to come. Like, it's specifically when you're talking about someone else coming to like somewhere place else. Like, say you're talking about a friend coming over to your place, you would use kuru. And then the second one, I feel like I should know it, but I'm blanking. I think it's to distribute. So, to distribute arrival, I guess, is what her last name could mean. I don't know the kanji for her first name, though. But the little kanji, the little character right next to that first kanji just means it's a repeat of the kanji. Anyways, breaking down character names aside. Thanks, Impress.
あなたね。
Now listen, you. Most of the boys in the class called Kurisu Empress as a joke. She got the name after becoming a hero to her fellow students through gallant deeds like putting an end to the principal's endless homeroom speeches. Not to mention bringing more types of bread to the school store. The name comes from Nono's surname. Oh, Nono means from. Okay. Nono's surname Kurisu means coming / come do. Next, cause become Kuryu and Asu. Okay, I was wrong about it being distribute then. It does have like part of like the same. Like it has parts of the same for the kanji for distribute, so that's why I got confused. I was close. Anyways, less about her name. Bread. Not so much for bringing more types of bread to the school store. Bread.
No.
Thanks for the costume, No. It was a perfect fit. Tanaka. When I wore that, I couldn't get the zipper all the way up. Oh, should I cut my mouth shut? I'm gonna stop you guys from doing any advertising, you know? I'm sorry, it was a joke. You're just fine. I mean, wait, it probably got stuck on your breast anyway, didn't it? It was a joke. I'm counting on you, okay? Get lots of laughs. She sure was popular. She even knew the names of students in other classes. The top of the school's social hierarchy. This is the first phrase that came to mind. And then... Takuru, we need to talk. Can you come with me? Kurisu walked all the way over to me and Ito. Her expression was so kind. It seemed like she had to be putting on some kind of act. I could see that all the people who'd been surrounding her were staring at me. What is the Empress want with the camera kids? Are they friends? What? You don't know? Nono is... Huh? Seriously? Well, now I want to know. I ignored my classmates' whispers and focused on Kurisu. Her smile seemed fake, as if it had been plastered onto her face. Whenever she smiled like that, it meant she wasn't in a good mood. I'm sorry, I can't right now. I just figured out something about the case, and I'm putting it together. She looks so sad. Taku, fix it. The student council's really busy with the culture festival right now, you know? So once it's calmed down, Kurisu... Oh, now she's angry. Her little pout is cute, though. Her cheeks twitched a little. Crap. Kurisu didn't like it when I called her by her last name. Can you come with me to the club room real quick? Yeah, you're gonna die. I could sense a dark aura forming around her, hardly befitting a so-called empress. Can you? She's so close to me. Well, let's go to the club room. Is that cool with you, Miyashiro? Ito couldn't handle the terror. It didn't look like I could talk my way out of this one. Seeing no other choice, I nodded and stood up. Kurisu. Okay. Kurisu, you got a second? Is this about the portable stoves for all the food stalls on the field? We decided that every stall gets one. Taunt? But that's... Okay. Sorry, no exceptions. I spoke to the principal, but I couldn't get him to change his mind. If any of the bigger groups are still upset, I'll go talk to them myself.
了解。
Roger. I mean,
いや、
wait,
じゃなくて、
why aren't you
なんで持ち場離れて。
blah, 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 blah. Why weren't you where you're supposed to be?
クルス。
Kurisu.
だから、
I told you that if you're busy, we could do this later.
もう終わったか
I'm
ら
done. Sorry,
ごめんね
Kawahara-kun.
川原
I'm in a
君
hurry right
急ぎな
now.
の
Yeah, she needs to murder Takaru right now. Her tone was gentle, but brooked no argument, as she hurried to the club room. Oh boy, time for a bad delusion. Oh, he looks angry.
宮代、
Miyashiro, you again? What did you do
今度は
this
何したん
time?
だ。
Not call her by her first name. Kawahara-kun cut her off. I didn't know his first name. He was in the same class as Ito and I, and he was the vice principal of the student council.
いや、いい。
No, you don't
言わ
need
な
to
くても
tell
分かっ
me.
てる。
You were pretending to be a
また例
reporter
のくだ
again,
らない記
right?
者ごっこだ
Or
ろ。
was it a detective?
それとも探偵気取りか。
I knew why he was giving me a hard time. He didn't like the fact that Kurusu was spending time with me.
べ、
It's
別に。
not...
その。何？
What?
か、
It's not
川
any
原
of your
君に迷惑
business,
は
I think.
かけてないと思いますけど。かかってる
It
んだ
is
よ。
my business. When you take up Kurusu's time, you cause trouble for me and the rest of the student council. If you're worried about time, why are you causing a fuss? Like that this is wasting time, buddy. Time for a bad delusion about it.
うるさいな。
Shut up.
なんだって。
What? Did you just tell me to shut
Ima,
up? You must have heard that because he came storming up to me. He tried to grab me by the collar, but I knocked his hand away. Instead, I grabbed his head and put it under my arm. Huh? Hey, let me go. I grabbed his belt and lifted him up off the ground. Oh, a brainbuster! Drop him straight down, Miyashiro.
やめなさい
Stop.
危ない
That's
でしょ
dangerous. I raised Kawahara-kun up above my head and then stood there, unmoving for a moment. Just when I was deciding whether to drop him or put him down.
おい、おろせ。
Hey, put me down! He flailed his legs out toward the ceiling and tried to escape. The man didn't know when to give up. I could do a lot worse than just drop you, you know. I shifted Kawahara-kun around my arms and quickly moved into position for a pile driver. Then I dropped to the ground butt first and slammed his head into the floor. Whoa! It's a screwdriver. Uh-huh. I heard an awful crunching sound. The skull must have fractured. But just before dropping him, I let go a little, so it didn't hit him as hard as it could have. If I hadn't, he would be dead right now.
タクル
Takuru,
やりすぎよ
that's going too far. Kurusu's face was expressionless.
警察に通
I'm
報
calling
す
the
るわ
police.
僕が
Don't
悪い
blame
んじゃ
me.
ない。
Blame Kawahara-kun for,
僕を苛立たせ
for
た
pissing
川
me
原
off.
君が悪いんだ。
そんな理
You
由で
ruined
人
your
生
whole
を
life
棒
over
に振った
something like
の
this?
あな
I
た
didn't
が
realize
そん
you
な
were
に愚
so
かだったなんて
stupid.
知らなかった
I watched in a daze as Kurusu called the police. Kawahara-kun had passed out, little bubbles of foam forming around his mouth. The teachers had heard the noise and started to gather around me. I guess I'm going to have to drop out of school. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what would happen. I could beat the stuffing out of Katahara right now if I wanted, but that would just get me in trouble. I didn't want to ruin my life over something like that. So I decided just not to say anything to him.
お前、
So, I heard you skipped most of elementary and middle school. Is that true? Weren't you concerned about wasting time? Come on, buddy. Man, as soon as it said pile driver, it was like, bro, you're gonna kill him, hold up. as soon as we selected a negative delusion, I figured one of the two was gonna end up dead by the end of it. I could feel my legs tense up. I stopped. My face got hot, and without thinking, I glared accusingly at Kurisu. She quickly shook her head.
川原くん
Kawahara-kun,
急いでいるから
I'm really in a hurry right now. But he kept on staring at me. Gay, gay, homosexual gay. I felt like he was grinning a little. It pissed me off. But there was nothing I could say. I did the best I could to ignore him or run away. I ignored what sounded like a little laugh and hurried to the club room.
違うからね
It wasn't me, okay? The second the three of us were alone in the clubroom, her expression changed. And the smile plastered on the student council president's face disappeared. This was who she really was.
何が
And what wasn't.
川原くんが言ってたこ
Wakahara-kun
と
was saying, you didn't
私
tell
が彼
him,
に言ったわけ
okay?
じゃないから
別に
It didn't bother me.
気にしてないよ。
嘘
You're lying. Really, it didn't. Everything about me was different than I used to be.
まあ
So, what is it?
副部
Did
長
you want to talk about
話があるんでしょ？
something, Miss Vice President of the newspaper club? Fair. Kurisu sighed and changed the subject.
タクル
Takeru, are you
あなた
eating
ちゃん
right?
とご飯食べ
You
て
look
る
like you've
の
lost weight.
少し痩せたんじゃない
This is really cute, but... Huh? Where was this coming from?
これからどんどん
It's
寒く
going
な
to
って
start
くる
getting
でしょ
colder soon, you know?
住んでる
Can
と
you
ころ
keep
の
warm
防
in the
寒
place
対
you're
策と
living
か
in?
ちゃんとしてるんでしょうね
Ugh. Crap, she's in nag mode.
進路
And I
調
heard you
査
told the teachers you were
結
going to
局
get a
就
job
職で
after
提出したん
graduation.
ですって
I told you to say you were going to college. It's not like you aren't smart
勉
enough.
強できないわけじゃないんだから確かに
I
今
know
か
it's
ら
gonna
だと
be
厳
hard
し
for
い
you
け
to
ど
start now.
受験
But
な
I
ら
told
私
you
の面
before
倒を
that
見
I
る
can
って
help.
これも前に言ったでしょ
調べた
Did you go around asking the teachers?
というよ
That,
り
wait, is
話
that
っ
what you
て
wanted to talk
それ
about?
どうなの
Well,
ちゃん
are
と
you
食べ
eating
て
right?
るの
She's definitely the mom friend.
食べてる
I'm
よ
eating just fine.
大丈夫だって
Everything's just fine. I waved my hand to bring the conversation to a close. I didn't want this to end the way it used to, with a 6-hour lecture about how every aspect of my life was wrong, followed by hard labor as my punishment. Damn, okay. Kurisu looked like she still had a lot more to say, but a moment later...
あなた
You skipped school last Friday,
先週の
didn't
金曜
you?
日学校サボったでしょ
Huh? Oh, so that's what all of this is about.
サボったよ
Yeah, I did.
別に問題ない
Is
だ
that a problem?
あるに決ま
Of
って
course
る
that's
で
a
しょ
problem. Where were you?
どこで何してたのストレージにアップし
You
た
were
画
out
像
taking those photos you up to the storage
あれを取りに
folder,
行ってたんじゃない
weren't
の
you? Damn it, I figured that would be it. She was right. The pictures I'd taken from the karaoke box were from last Friday when I'd skipped school. I started staking out the place early that morning and waited for the manager of the condo building to open the curtains.
苦労したんだ
It was a lot of work,
でもおか
but
げで
thanks to that,
警
I was
察以
able to
外に
get
まだ
photos
誰
of
も
the
見てない
crime
現
scene
場
that
の画像
nobody
を撮れ
else
た
has, except for the police.
こういう事
I
件ば
told
かり
you
追いかけ
before
るの
that you
やめ
need
な
to
さい
stop
って
spending all your
前
time
か
on
ら言っ
this
てるで
stuff.
しょ
Kurisu was the vice president of the newspaper club, and had been opposed to Ito's and my journalistic ethos for a long time. We spent most of our time investigating crimes in Shibuya. Stuff like the attacks on the homeless people that have been flooding the city ever since the earthquake. And urban legends about a company involved in the rebuilding who put up tons of security cameras all around the city. And a serial arson case where the culprit had never been caught. And now these strange deaths. For her part, Kurusu said that a student paper shouldn't be investigating crimes. She wrote normal, sincere articles and made normal, sincere videos. The video about the Shibuya recovery efforts that had won a prize had been mostly her work. Takeru, you've been acting really strange this time. You've never skipped school to do this stuff before, have you? And that was true. Well, the reason why was obvious, right? I was lucky enough to have this huge mystery right in front of me. This is worth skipping school for. Why? Because it's the first big thing that's happened in Shibuya since we started the newspaper club. This is a huge scoop. Scoop? Oh god, I need to click again to the next thing to replay the sound he made, because hello? Perfect. I'm so glad we got Alice's voice actor for this, because we get the sounds. Beautiful. And that face was bad news. It was scary. Ito was right next to me, so I grabbed him and held him tight. Hey, don't use me as a shield. Wait, am I a shield? And why is her face so scary? A huge scoop. People are dead, and to you, it's just a huge scoop? No, I'm sorry. Just stay away from me. I really can't handle this. Don't push me. Wait, are you really using me as a shield? Oh crap, oh crap. That face was seriously bad news. The Empress was scary enough that she could send a demon running in terror. I never even met a demon either. That's just how scary she was. Care to repeat that? Want to tell me again how all these deaths are just a huge scoop for you? No, oh shit. I need to find some way to stop her. And then I felt a wind rush by my ears. Huh? Huh? Well, I guess I know what might be the thumbnail, unfortunately. And at the worst possible time, the wind blew through the room. Kurusu didn't even have the time to hold down her skirt. Okay, here comes my serve. I've got it. Oh. So, like, and the thing for the English is saying specifically just schoolgirl, but it's definitely saying tenisu. I should know that kanji, but I'm blanking. But probably club. Tennis club girl. My eyes were locked with Kurusu's as I heard the sounds from the open window. I hadn't even realized it was open until then. There was a tennis court on top of the special use building. That was probably the tennis team out there. I needed to say something. Was I supposed to tell her I hadn't seen anything? Vice President? Yeah, that's fair.
白なんですね。
Right, huh? I guess that's just what I'd
イメージ
expect.
通りというか。
Okay, well, Ito's buried, has dug his own grave, so it was nice knowing you, buddy. Fairly well. Idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed?
私の
Does it
下着の
really
色
matter
が
what
何
color
色
my
か
underwear is right
今
now,
関
asshole?
係あんのか。
I flinched at the sudden noise. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then I realized. I was sure that was the sound of Kurisu kicking the wall, or maybe the sound of her murdering Ito, but I was wrong. It was coming from deeper inside the room.
あの子は
That
ま
girl.
ったく。
Sheesh.
カズキ来てたの？
Kazuki, are you here?
カズキ？
Kazuki. Oh,
そうか。
she's got her headphones on. Kurisu sighed and pulled off the headphones that Kazuki always wore. I told you before, stop hitting the wall every time something goes wrong in ESO2.
何度も言ってるでしょ。うん。
She's cute. I like her already.
壁へこんでるじゃないの。
Look, you're making a dent. Kazuki Hana. The only first-year student in the newspaper club. But forget her. This is my chance. As Kurisu was rubbing the red marks on Kazuki's hand, I said,
とにかく
Anyway,
僕は事件
I'm
を
going to
追う
keep pursuing this case.
発見があった
I
んだ。
found a clue, and it might be a big one.
大きな手がかりになるかもしれない。
Yeah, she's not happy. Kurisu glared at me for a moment, but... Oh, wow, really? Okay, I'll get ready right away.
聞かせてくれ。
Tell me all about it. I can't wait. Ito hurried over to the club's computer, desperate for any chance to escape his doom. I stared back at Kurisu for a moment, and then
PC 立ち上げ
boot
て
up the computer and print out the images in the storage folder. Roger. Ito's voice was louder than it needed to be as he turned on the computer.
もう
No
殴
more
らない
punching the
こと。
wall, okay?
いい？うん。
She's really cute. Yeah, okay. Figured. Her first name is in fact using the kanji for flower. Which, yeah, figures. Her first name just is Flower. It's cute though, so. I should recognize the first kanji in her name too. I know what it's made out of, but... Anyways, kanji aside, getting distracted. Maybe she took pity on poor Ito, because she didn't say anything else. But she still crossed her arms and glared at us as she leaned against the wall. It looked like she was at least going to hear me out. Or maybe this was just her way of making sure I didn't escape.
お前、
Yomi lunch
後で
later.
飯おごれよ。
These shrimp your suck, you folks. I don't really shrimp, even when I'm doing art, though.
なんで
Why?
やだ
I don't want to.
盾に
For
しや
using me as the goddamn shield. It was 100% your fault to begin with. I'm sorry,
謝
but
るけど
you were lucky. You shouldn't get
今回は
violent.
まだマシだ。手が出なかったから。
Huh?
手
Violent?
副部
The
長
vice president? I nodded. Kurisu was the girl that everyone looked up to, but she was actually very short-tempered. It would take me more than 5 fingers, but less than 10 to count the number of times she'd slapped me hard. When I told him that,
マジ
are you serious? I mean, really? Are there really teenage girls that do that
そんな
stuff?
ことする女子高
That's
生
one
本当
step
に
short of a closeted dominatrix.
S っ子
Or
手前
just
じゃん
total crazy bitch. Uh-huh. Sure. He's probably deserved getting slapped around, if I can be honest with the way he is.
ねえ
Has
あ
anyone
な
ever
た方
told you that if you want to talk
陰口は
behind
聞こえ
someone's
ない
back,
ように言え
you
って
should
言
do
わ
it
れ
where
な
they
い
can't
の
hear you? The nearly crazy bitch didn't even bother looking at us as she spoke. No, we just said that to someone though, in the classroom.
それもついさっき教室で
そう
I see. And then she fell silent. She was scary as hell. I felt like if I moved, she'd kill me.
おごりだ
You're buying.
決定だ
It's settled.
大盛りに
Supersized
デザー
it
ト
with
だ
a dessert too. No objections.
高校
That
じゃ
was 50% your fault. Actually, it was 100% Yuda's fault for not keeping his mouth shut.
なあ
Hey. What?
見たか
Did you see it?
見たよな
You saw it, right?
み
I
見てないよ
didn't. That was a lie. I'd seen it. They were white. I glanced at Kurisu out of the corner of my eye. I guess that really was just what you'd expect. Still, I'd only gotten a glimpse. It was entirely possible I'd been mistaken. If I burned the image into my brain now, maybe the next time something like this happened, I'd be able to react more quickly. Buddy. So I prayed for more good luck. If it ever did happen again, I swore I would react as a right-sider should. A right-sider wouldn't panic over something as insignificant as seeing a girl's underwear. In a situation like that, it was critical that you stayed calm. When she heard Ida turn on the printer, Kazuki trotted over like she usually did. Oh boy. That online game addict had the best computer skills of anyone in the club. Whenever she was around, it was her job to run searches and organize the information on the PC, but...
和樹
Kazuki, we don't need you for this.
この
I
件
don't
につい
consider
て
this
は
part of our
部
club
の活動と
activities.
認めてないから
Kazuki gave us a questioning look.
あと
No, yeah, that's right.
そうなんだ
Kazuki just said, like she always did, and walked away. You also want to pat Kazuki? As you should, she's very cute. Time for a bad delusion.
和樹
Kazuki,
その手
does your
さっ
hand
きより
look
ひど
even
くなっ
worse
て
than
ない
it did a moment ago? Kurisu's voice was filled with panic.
タクル
Takuru, look at Kazuki's hand. Kazuki's hand.
なんだ
What? Worried, I looked back toward Kazuki. She was clutching her right arm with a pained expression. An eerie, dark miasma was seeping out of it.
まさか
Impossible.
封印した
We sealed it away. The dark power is out of control.
暴走
Has
し
she
て
awakened?
覚醒したというの
Kurisu looked at me, suddenly uncertain.
おいおい
This is way too soon. The seal was supposed to last another 10 years.
それだけ
She's just too powerful for the seal to contain her,
って
then.
いうことか
あるい
Or
は
perhaps
和樹
something
の
is
力を
approaching
覚
the
醒
city
さ
that
せ
has
る何か
awakened her
が
power.
この町に近づいているのかもしれない
This isn't a good time to talk. We're in big trouble. Ito, Kurisu, we'll have to do the ceremony by ourselves. Huh? Oh crap. We were too slow to notice. The seal is about to break. An overwhelming torrent of darkness burst forth from Kazuki's body and streaked toward me. It was cold, like absolute zero, and I felt my mind slowly fading away. And this is the kind of stupid thing a third grader might think about during class. But I was old enough that it was just embarrassing. Kazuki put her headphones on and went back to the corner of the room. She started slamming keys again. I never did know how to talk to her. Actually, it felt like it had been forever since I'd even spoken to her. If you could even call that a conversation, that is. She'd been part of the newspaper club for 6 months, and all I knew about her was that she liked games, knew a lot about computers, and hated talking. In the end, Ida printed out the pictures, so I took them and went in front of the bulletin board before Kurusu changed her mind. If Kurusu was going to listen, it was probably better to start at the beginning. Map. She didn't seem interested in the cases, but if I ignored her and it made her even madder, even using Ito as a shield wouldn't be enough to save me. There are 2 cases we're looking at right now. The first occurred on the 7th of this month during a Nico Neo live stream. It was a public suicide called the Don't Look case. It happened here in Jinan. And just like you probably guessed, a man killed himself that morning during a Nico Neo live stream. Strictly speaking, we don't know for sure that it's a suicide, but it sure looks like one. The dead man's name is Otani Yuma, age 21. He was a live streamer who got quite a lot of views with some kind of fortune-telling program called Today I Learned I Can See the Future. So here's how it went down. First, Otani gave the audience some time to ask questions. He left the camera's field of view. After that, there was the sound of someone knocking at the door. It was faint, but the mic picked it up. There's also some voices, but you can't make them out. When he came back in front of the camera, half of his right arm was missing. It was chopped up into tiny bits and sitting on top of the plate he was carrying. Then he started eating his own fingers, like he wasn't feeling any pain at all. Kurusu's expression changed a little. She probably hadn't known that. The suicide had been big news, even on TV, so she'd probably seen it there, but the details had been so horrific that the news didn't mention them. But those details could be found anywhere on the internet. It was only a matter of time before someone started putting it all together. The video itself had even started to get around. Then, after a moment, he started to scream in pain. And then he died. Evidently the viewers thought it was some kind of gag or something at first. Hypovolemic shock. When the body loses too much blood, the heart stops working properly. That's what it said in the police report, and given the time until he collapsed, it's almost certainly right. Ito added. Ito knew more about this stuff than I did. Oh, that was Ito speaking? Yeah, it was. Oopsie. He was a fan of bizarre murders, and he'd read 10 times as many killers' diaries and non-fiction crime books as I had. The most likely theory is that he experienced some kind of mental disorder before the suicide, but the police are supposedly looking for whoever visited the room first. And they might be responsible for aiding or abetting the suicide. In Japan, if you saw someone trying to kill themselves and didn't intervene, it wasn't a crime unless the police could prove you wanted them to die. I mean, that makes sense. It makes enough sense to me. At least. But aiding in a suicide, or encouraging someone to commit suicide, was illegal. Yeah, that makes sense. That meant that the police were probably looking for whoever met Otani just before his death. Kurisu was silent, but she was looking at the board and seemed to be listening. It seems safe. On to the next case then.
2つ目は
Second, the case that occurred on the 19th. It got its name, audio bleed, for the condition the body was found
通称
in.
がついてる。 場所はここ。
It happened here, in Shinsen.
名前は
And the girl's name was
高柳百音。
Takayanagi Momone, age 20.
ニコニアの
She
歌
was
っ
a
てみた
singer
の歌い手
singer
で
on Nikonia.
最近ネット
She'd
で
been
有名
getting
になって
really
きている
famous online,
アニメ
singing
ソングの
anime
コピ
theme
ーバンドのボーカ
songs.
ル。復興祭のステー
She
ジ
was
で
going
歌
to
うこと
sing
も
at the
決まってた
Restoration Festival too.
バンドの派
On
手な
every
衣装
day
を着
when
た
it
ま
wasn't
ま
raining,
一
she'd
人
always
で
go
スト
to
リー
the
トライ
same
ブもして
place
い
at
て
the same time
晴れの
and
日
put on a
は
performance
毎
in her
日決まっ
fancy
た場
band
所
costume.
決まった時間で演奏していたらしい。その日は
That day, she
いつも
started
の
her
場所に
concert
かなり
pretty
遅刻
late,
して現れてライブを始めた。だけど何
but
か
something
様子
was
がおか
wrong.
しかった。
Her voice was small,
声が
and
小
it
さ
didn't
くて
sound like it
い
usually
つもの
did.
感じじゃ
And
なかっ
then,
たら
in
し
the
い。
middle of the concert,
そして死亡した。
she died. Blood
こっ
loss
ち
here
も失
too.
血死。
She'd been stabbed in the
ラ
stomach
イブを
before
始め
she
る前か
started
ら
the concert.
お腹を死傷していたんだ。妙なのが
And what's strange
や
was
っ
the
ぱり遺体
condition
の
the
状況
body
で
was found in.
伊
Ito,
藤
play the
再
video.
生してくれ。
Sure thing. Ito tapped a few keys on the on the computer's keyboard, reading. And a moment later, huh? Is this really happening? She's dead. She's really dead. Call an ambulance. Kiss. Kurisu looked confused when she heard the sound. Evidently, she wasn't able to make it out.
ああ、そっちじゃな
Oh,
くて
not that
渋谷ニュ
one.
ー
The
スが
one
音声
Shibuya
いじっ
News
てアッ
upped
プして
with
くれ
the
た方。
enhanced audio.
ああ、そっちだ
Oh,
な。
that one. Yeah.
と
iTunes. Huh? Is this really happening? She's dead. She's really dead. Call an ambulance. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. Her expression changed. She must have been able to hear it this time.
ありがとう。
Thanks for
ゆっ
watching.
くりしていって
Take
ね。
it easy.
常連の
According
お
to
客
the
さんによれ
regulars,
ば
that's how she would
いつも
begin
彼
every
女はこの一言から
performance.
ストリートライブを始めていたんだって。
ニアドユーザーだ
She's
か
a
らな。
Nakonia
なんで
user,
も
after
歌
all.
ってみたの歌い手の
People
中
have
で
been
は
saying she's
彼
the
女のラ
best
イブが一番だって
singer
最近評判だ
around.
ったらしいぞ。
Kurisu seemed to be ignoring me and Ito. She was staring at the computer screen that was the source of the sound.
今のは
What was that?
悲鳴は死体
The
を発見
screams
し
are from
たお
the
客さん
audience
たちの
members who discovered the body.
動画で撮っていた
One of
人
them
がい
was
たんだ。
recording a video,
で、
and the last part was in
今のは高柳さん
Takanagi's
自身
voice.
の声で。お腹に埋
It
め
was
込
from a
まれてい
miniature
る小型のス
speaker
ピーカーか
embedded
ら
in
聞こ
her
えてきたんだ。
stomach. Kurisu seemed confused, so Ito interjected.
つまり、
In
そ
other
の日の
words,
ライ
the
ブは
whole
最初
concert
か
that day
ら
had
録
been
音されたものだったん
pre-recorded.
だよ。
後で発見された証拠
Evidence
による
found
と、
later indicated that she'd slit open her own stomach with a utility knife she got at a convenience store, and stuck a
Bluetooth
Bluetooth
のスピーカーを埋め
speaker
込んだらしい。
inside.
ガムテープで止
She
血とも呼
closed
べ
the
ない
wound
適
up
当
with
な
duct
応急
tape.
処置を
Not
した。
that it actually did much good.
着ている
Then
服と
she
衣
used
装
her
でその
clothes
傷
and
を
that
隠して
outfit to
ライブ
hide
を
the
始め
wound
たん
and
だ。
started her performance.
最初は 録音
At
した自
first,
分
she
の
played
声
the
に合
guitar
わせ
along with the
ギ
sound
ター
of
を
her
弾いていた
recorded
らしいんだけど
voice, but after a
途
while,
中から
she
は
stopped
歌声だけになっ
playing.
た。それからはう
And that
つ
was
むきっ
probably
ぱ
when
なし
she
だった
leaned
みたいだ
forward
から
and didn't get back up,
その時にはす
so
でに
she
死
was
亡してたん
probably
じゃない
already
かな。
dead then. While the
だけど
audience thought it was
お
strange,
客さんは様
they
子がおかし
kept
いとは思いなが
listening.
らも気づかずにずっと聴き続けて、彼女のポケットに入
Either
れて
the
いた
blood
携
from
帯
her
音
wounds
楽プレイ
broke
ヤー
the
が
portable
傷
music
から
player
流
in
れ
her
た血液
pocket.
で壊れたの
Maybe it
が
was supposed to be this
最
way
初か
from
ら
the
そういう
start.
設定だったのか。とにかく
But until
さ
that
っき
same
の
line
音
you
声トラッ
heard
クが
played over and
リピート
over,
再生さ
I
れる
wouldn't
まで
realize she was
死んでい
dead.
るとは気づかなかった。
Why do I keep stumbling over her name? It's not even hard to say. Kurisu's face was a mixture of confusion and discomfort. Of course it was. She never heard of something like this before. I couldn't hold back my excitement.
Na.
I see.
すごいだろ
Amazing, right? Instead of agreeing, Kurisu's brow furrowed. She probably didn't realize it, but she wrapped her arms around herself. What was wrong? Was that a little too creepy?
で
And?
ここまでは単に
All we've done
こ
so
れまで
far
の
is
事
go
件
over
の
what we
整理だ
know.
ろ。
What's your
発見っ
discovery?
てのは
Oh, yeah, he's right. I used the computer to print out a series of pictures.
当然だけど
And obviously,
両方
we
と
don't
も
know
事
what the
件の
motive
目的は
behind
わから
these
な
two
い。
killings are.
今のところ唯
The
一の
one
不
suspect
審
we
人物
got
で
is
ある
whoever visited
大谷
Otani's
氏の
room.
部屋を
We
訪
don't
ね
know
てきた
who they
人間
are,
が
what they
何者
wanted,
で
what they were
何を
talking
考え
about.
て何を話したのかも見当がつかない。でも僕は
But I think there's more
この
to
妙な
the,
事件
more
は
of
ま
this
だ
to
続
come.
くと思う。
It's only a guess, though.
被害
Based
者
off
の
of
共通
something the
点からの
victims have
推
in
測でしかな
common.
いけどね。
Huh? Seriously? Ito leapt out of his chair in shock. Well, I couldn't blame him.
共通点に
They
関しては
spent forever
散々
going
話し合った
over
ろ。
things they could have
分か
had
った
in
のは渋谷
common.
に住んでる
All
こ
they
と
came
と
up with was that
宮
they
戸の
both
ユ
lived
ー
in
ザーだってこと
Shibuya and they both used Nekonia.
あとはまあ
The only
二人とも
other
ある
things
程
are
度の
that they
知
were
名度
both
があって
semi-famous,
自
and they
殺した
both
状
died
況
in a
が異
bizarre
常だって
way.
ことくらいか。でもそんな
But
もんじゃ
that
それ
didn't
以
tell
上の
us
ことは
anything we
何
didn't
も見えて
already
こなか
know,
っただろ
did
う。
it?
気づかないか
So you didn't say the other things they
別
had
の
in
共通
common?
点。
I pointed toward the bulletin board as I spoke. Ito looked really annoyed. Damn it,
偉
you
そうにしろ
arrogant
ってから
asshole. What's up with that thing you're printing out
こっちの気を
anyway?
引くようにプリントアウトしてるやつはなんだ。
One of the best parts of finding something like this was seeing the angry look on his face. No, it was only yesterday that I found it myself, though.
じらさなくていいから
Relax. What did
何
you
を見つ
find?
けたの？
Kurisu beckoned for me to go on. No matter what she said, after hearing all of this, she probably wanted to know what came next. No, it finished printing. Kazuki suddenly stood in front of me. She offered me the printed images without a word.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Then she offered me something else. A lollipop.
く
Are
れる
you
の
giving me this? She nodded.
どうも。
Thanks. Kazuki seemed to be communicating in her own unique way. She walked over to the bulletin board and tapped the data printouts on the two cases with her finger.
和樹
And
どうした？
Kazuki, what's wrong? She did it again. I saw the part she was pointing at and nodded.
そう。
And that's right.
日
The
付だよ。
dates. The 7th,
7日、
the 19th.
19日。共通
And
点。
that's what they have in common.
9月7
Strange
日と
deaths on September 7th and
9
September
日
19th. Ring a bell?
渋谷で発生した異常な事件
Yeah.
わかるだろ
Yeah, it does ring a bell. Does it ring a bell for anyone in chat? I'll give you a moment. I didn't connect the dots until it's being pointed out like this, but yeah. You know, they do ring a bell when you say that like that. I kept looking at Ito. Usually he would be the one to pick up on this. A second later. Oh. He froze. He must have figured it out. Yep.
猟奇マニア
With your
のお
love
前
of
なら
weird murders,
わかるだ
you
ろ
know what I'm talking about. I pinned the images I just printed onto the bulletin board's map.
9月7日
September
集団ダイ
7th,
ブ
group dive.
9月19日
September 19th,
妊
band
娠男
child.
9月29
September
日
29th,
貼り付け
crucifixion.
10月10日
October 10th,
Vampire.
vampire.
10月
October
23日
23rd,
ノーダ
numbskull.
リン10月
October
28日
28th, finger
うまい
food.
て11月4日
November 4th, Dokyun
puzzle.
puzzle.
ニュージェネレーション
The new generation madness. Yup. 6 years ago, in 2009, a series of strange deaths had occurred just before the earthquake that struck Shibuya on November 6th. They became famous for the words left by the killer, "Whose eyes are those eyes? Sonome dare no me." They called the killings the new generation madness. The murders took place in Shibuya, but the whole country took an interest in them. At the time, I was in 6th grade, and just like a lot of people, I followed every new development on the internet.
日付が6年前
The
の事
dates
件
match
と
up
ぴったり一致してるよう
exactly
だ
with the dates of the murders from 6 years ago.
自殺っぽい
They
って
may
いう
be set up
内容
to
はと
look
もな
like
く
suicides,
猟奇
but
的
they're
だとい
every
う点
bit
で
as
同
weird
じ
as the old killings.
偶然
It's
で
a
しょ
coincidence. She seemed to be trying to force the words out of her throat. Kurisu was acting a little strange. Her arms clutched her torso even tighter.
副部長
And vice president? Maybe it was because of all the creepy pictures she'd seen. Kurisu was clearly shaking. She tried her best to stop it as she spoke.
何で
Stop
も
trying
関
to
連
connect
付け
every
て大
little
きく
of
したが
that.
るのはやめ
It's
なさ
just
い
a coincidence that they line up.
たまたま一致しただけでしょ
偶然かそうではない
for
か
sure
はすぐに
soon.
わかるよ
The third new gen
ニ
incident
ュージェ
took
ネ
place
第
on
3の事
September
件が起こったの
29th.
は
In
9
other
月
words,
29日つまり今日だ
today.
もし今日
And something weird happens in
渋谷でまた
Shibuya
妙な
again.
事件が
We'll
起こ
know
った
for
ら
sure.
その時
If
は
a
間違い
coincidence
ない
happens 3 times,
偶
it's
然
not
が
a
3つ
coincidence
続くなんて
anymore.
放っておける要素じゃないだろ
The phone rang. It was mine.
はい
Yes,
もし
hell.
もし
There's been a murder. Or maybe an accident. Well, either way, I think what you said might have happened. I could feel my heart starting to race as she spoke. It was a love hotel area in the Genzaka, 5 minutes from Shibuya Station. A few days ago, there had been some kind of suspicious fire here, and I had come here to do some reporting. The place was supposedly a love hotel spot, but even at night when business should have been booming, it wasn't particularly exciting. During the day when all the lights were turned off, if you didn't look at the signs, it wouldn't look very different from your average neighborhood. One of the buildings was a 4-story love hotel with a terrible name, Fairies Dance. It faced a narrow street and there was no parking lot, so the police car was parked at a meter nearby.
こっち
This way. Serika was standing in front of a general store some distance away. She was supposed to be spending the day taking photos of the area around the last 2 crime scenes.
何があった
What happened? I don't know.
わかんない。
I
さっ
passed
き
by
ゲンさん
Gensan
と
near
107の
107.
近くで
He
すれ
told
違
me
った時
something
に
was up
こ
here.
こで何かが起きたって教えてくれたの。
相変わらずあの人
I
はよ
just
くわ
don't
かん
get
ない
that
な。
guy.
ど
Where
こ
does
か
he
ら仕入れ
find
てる
out
んだ
about
そん
this
な情
stuff?
報。
It's helpful.
便利
So
だからい
I
い
guess
け
it
ど。
doesn't matter too much. Gensan was a homeless man I knew who had sold me all the books in my secret stash. He was a drunk who claimed to be of noble blood, but the stories he told me about his past didn't sound very noble at all. The guy was a weirdo, but since he spent all his time wandering around Shibuya, he knew a surprising amount of info about it.
でも大事な
But
の
it
は
seems
間違
like
いない
something's
っ
really
ぽいよ。
happening, though.
さっき
The
中に
policeman
入って
who
った
just went
警
in
察
looked
の
like
人
he
が
was calling
応
for
援呼んで
backup.
たみたいだし。
I see. I decided to start by taking a video of the outside of the hotel with my smartphone.
Oh my.
Run. You
こういう
really
時だ
run
け
fast
足
at
早いな。
times like these. I left the two of them in the club room, and they'd only just now caught up with me. They must have ran here. Ito, especially, was breathing very heavily. What? Kurisu came too? Kozuki had decided not to come, evidently. Of course not. I never seen her outside except for when we were going to and from school. So, did something happen?
事件か？
I told Ito what I'd heard from Serika. He seemed really disappointed.
なんだそりゃ。
What? You sure it's
単
not
に
just
血は
some
喧嘩か
couple
な
that
んか
had
で
a
騒ぎになっ
fight?
たんじゃねえの？
それだけで
Would
わ
you
ざわ
call
ざ応援なんて呼
reinforcements
ぶ
just for
か？
that?
それに
And today's the
今日は
29th, you
29
know.
日なんだぞ。
だから
I told you,
気
you're
にしすぎだっ
overthinking
て言ってる
this.
でしょ。
Kurisu seemed upset. She glanced at the love hotels around her in disgust.
早く学
Let's
校に
get
戻
back
り
to
ましょう。
school. This isn't a place where
学生がいていい
students are
場所じゃない。
supposed to be. What
監
if
視
one
カ
of
メ
the
ラに映っ
security
ているのが
cameras
問題に
spots
なったら
us?
どうするの？
She probably didn't want to get involved. Ever since the rebuilding, there have been more cameras around Shibuya than ever before, even around the love hotels. In our school uniforms, we probably stood out. Kurisu motioned for us to go home. And then... I saw something in the viewfinder. On the third floor of the Love Hotel. The windows in one of the rooms facing the alley were open. The windows must have been open all the way because the curtains were fluttering out.
なあ、
Hey,
普通こう
you
いう
normally
と
don't
こって
open the windows in a
窓
place like
開い
this,
て
do
ないもんだよ
you?
な。
I asked Ito as I looked up at them.
ん？
Hmm?
まあそう
Yeah,
なんじゃねえ
probably
の？
not. I don't
使った
know.
こと
I
なん
never
かねえ
been
から
to
わかんねえけ
one.
ど。
No.
お。
Ito followed my gaze and saw it for himself. It felt suspicious. I never been to a love hotel either, so I didn't know. But normally you'd keep the windows shut, right? You wouldn't want people seeing or hearing what you were doing. And then, suddenly, I heard a sound from somewhere. It was a calming song with a simple melody. I took a closer listen. Was it a music box? It definitely was. It was coming from the room with the open windows. It sounded like it was inviting us in. What was going on? I looked around. The building across from the open window was another Love Hotel, but it had no windows on that side. I couldn't look into the building like I'd done with the karaoke box last week. And I certainly couldn't climb my way up.
ちょっと
Wait,
何
what are you
考えてるの？
thinking? I must have had a pensive look on my face, because Kurisu had turned to me curiously.
バレないよう
If we
に
can
中
get
に
inside
入れれば。
without them finding us. I looked over at the parking meters. And there's still only the one car. Okay.
裏口ぐらいどっ
There
かに
should
あ
be
る
a
だろ
rear
うか
entrance somewhere.
応援の
So
警
let's
察
do
が
it
来る
before
前
the
に済
police
まそう
reinforcements get
Ito,
here.
そっち側から
Go
回
around
ってく
from
れ
that side.
お
Okay.
僕はこっち
I'll
側から
take this side.
ちょっとタクル、
Takeru,
こっち
stop.
見なさい。
Look at me. I began to go around the building, not waiting for Ito's answer, but Kurisu grabbed my arm.
ダメ。
You can't
こん
do
なの部
this.
活の範疇
This
じゃ
is
ない
way
でしょ。
beyond what a high school club should
私
be
の言うこ
involved
とが
in.
聞けないの？
Won't you listen to me? Crap. She was just a millimeter short of making that face again.
しかもここ
And this is one of those
いかがわし
dirty
い
hotels
ホテルでしょ。
too, isn't it?
それに
Also,
もし
what
妙
if you
な
get
こと
caught
に
up
巻
in
き込まれた
something
らどう
weird?
するの？
I knew all that. But I didn't want to give up. This might be my chance to get a real scoop.
定額にでも
What
な
if
った
you
ら
get
どう
expelled?
するつもり？
As your big sister, I can't let you put yourself in
弟を
danger.
危険な目に遭わせるわけにはいかないの。
A sister? We're not actually
弟という
family,
か
are we?
家族でも何でもないじゃんか僕たちは
Kurisu immediately grabbed me by the collar with incredible force and brought her face so close to mine that our foreheads touched. I could tell that her cheeks were flushed. There's a small, wordless growl from deep within her throat, and her arms were shaking a little as she held me. What was she trying to say? No, I knew exactly what she was trying to say. But Kurisu didn't say it. Kurisu wasn't the sort of awful person who'd bring up the distant past to try to win an argument. And anyway, that was all over now. It wasn't either of our faults.
Yame!
Stop it! Suddenly, Serika ran over and tackled Kurisu. The momentum slammed both of them into the ground. Hell, Serika, what was that for?
喧嘩はダメ
No
だよ。
fighting, Non-chan. That goes for you too, Taku. The motto of the newspaper club is that all five of us are friends, right? No, that was never our motto.
しんちゃんも止めなきゃダメじゃん。
Shin-chan, you need to stop them too.
い
No,
いや つうか
where
ど
were
こ
you?
行ってたんだ
Oh, that's right. This is no time for fighting, Taku.
タク。
She suddenly hopped up like a cheap toy.
裏のド
The
ア
back door is open. What?
喉乾いて
I was thirsty, but I couldn't find a vending machine, so I decided to look inside the hotel. And I went around to the back door and opened it.
中入って自販機
Then I
や
went
って
inside and there was a vending machine, and I said to myself, "Way to go, fairy stance!" And then I bought a drink and gulped it down, and then said, "Wait a second."
んだよそれ
What?
お前
You always get
いつ
ahead
も
of
後先
yourself.
考えずに突き進むよな
タク。
So, Taku, what's the plan? I could tell that Kurisu was glaring at me. But she didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything.
二人で行こ
Let's go together.
うカップルの
If
方
you
が
pretend to be a
いざ
couple,
という
we
時
might
に
be
ご
able
ま
to
かしが効
fool
くか
them
もし
if
れ
it
ない
comes to that.
オッケ
She said it. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, Serika beckoned me to follow her. I did. I didn't say it, but in my heart I apologized to Kurisu as I went. Of course she couldn't hear me, so she didn't say anything. Could have just actually apologized,
ー。
but
階段
whatever.
向こ
The stairs are over there, though. We went inside the hotel from the rear entrance and hid behind the corner that led to the lobby. This is my first time inside a love hotel, and it was a lot less gaudy than I expected. The name was false advertising. There were no fairies and no one was dancing. Maybe the quiet atmosphere was a selling point? But... Just someone back here! What? No, that's Shinjo-san. The silence is ruined by the sound of a police officer screaming into his phone. He was either confused or just excited, because he kept saying the same things over and over again. Something had happened after all. And something bad enough that he needed backup. This was my chance. If you could get to the sea before the place was overflowing with cops, you might be able to find an unexpected scoop. Yes, there's no doubt about it. I checked. But I can't decide that on my own. No, I told you. That's not what's going on. Damn it. The cop was in the way. Whether we took the stairs or the elevator, we needed to go through the lobby to get to them. Taku, let's go. Huh? Hurry. Wait. Sariko took me by the arm, as if we were a couple, and entered the lobby without trying to hide at all. Hey, come on. She ignored me and walked straight for the stairs. Hey! The cop must have seen us, because he yelled at us from behind. Shit. He probably hadn't seen our faces. Should we run? That would just make us look suspicious. I told you not to leave your rooms. Yes, no, sorry, it's okay. Forget that. I need that backup. He started to mumble into the phone. We crossed the lobby without looking back. I was scared of you. Crazy. Words. But you were right. We were able to fool him. That really scared me. I was too close for comfort. My heart was pounding so loud that the noise was making me sick. Could he not tell that we were high school students? No, even if he only saw us from behind, he should have been able to tell by our uniforms. Why didn't he arrest us? Is it a arrestable offense for high school students to go to love hotels? Maybe he was panicking so much that the thought never occurred to him. Okay, what's the next step? Sarika let go of my arm and turned toward me. That's right. Now isn't the time to think about other things. We don't know whether or not that room on the third floor is what we're after, but we should start there. If that doesn't work, we try other places. Once the police reinforcements arrive, we leave. From the way that officer was acting, something was definitely up. We need to get the photos before we go. But she said. It was quiet. The policeman's voice was still drifting up the stairs, but it only made the silence seem more oppressive. Just like he'd said, the customers had probably been told not to leave their rooms. It's too late for it to matter now, but I was starting to feel a little scared. Got to think of it. If something had happened, maybe the killer was still here. Hey Taku, you're fighting with Non-chan again, aren't you? Sarika's voice was relaxed. I was grateful. I didn't take any opportunity to relieve this tension. Oh, I might have read it right the first time, but it's only now clicking, so I'm going to reread it now that I understand what it's saying. I take any opportunity to relieve this tension. It wasn't really a fight. No, maybe it was. But you're still calling her courtesy, right? I know how you feel, but isn't there something you can do? Until half a year ago, I'd called her No-No, her first name. After the incident that had caused me to leave the dorm, I'd never called her that again. As long as I kept calling her Kurisu, she'd keep being mad at me. It must have been hurting some important part of her.
タク
Next thing I knew, we were on the 3rd floor. Sarika had gone ahead of me at some point and was poking her head around the corner and into the hallway.
誰もいないみたい
Nobody's here, I think.
よし。
Good. I took out my phone and got ready to record. As soon as I went into the 3rd floor hallway, I found myself holding my breath. My heart was pounding even louder than when the cop had yelled at us. I tried to control myself and look down the corridor. The rooms must have been very big, because the gap between the doors was large. The door was red, sinking into the black as the hallway stretched away. I could hear the unpleasant sound of blowing air. They must have had the air conditioning on. There were no windows and there wasn't a lot of light, so the hallway looked pretty creepy, but there was nothing out of the ordinary about it otherwise. But still, it was strange. The air felt solid. It felt like someone would jump out from the shadows the second you let your guard down, or perhaps there were traps scattered everywhere along the floor. For a second, the floor seemed to be stained with blood, but I shook that image out of my mind. What was this? It was like the fear you feel in the darkness at night. Was it just because there was so little light? No, it was worse than that. I felt like someone was watching me and enjoying my unease. It was like they were peering deep into my heart.
タク
I almost jumped off the ground with a start.
どうしたの
What's wrong? Don't just talk to me out of nowhere like that. You scared the hell out of me. It's nothing. Hey, isn't this kind of weird?
なんか変じゃないか。
I gestured down the hallway with my head. Sarika looked past me into the darkness.
そりゃ
No, it's
暗い
creepy
から
because
な
it's
ん
so
か不気味
dim.
だけど
But isn't that just to
雰
set
囲気
the
作り
mood?
とかじゃないの
Was that all? Was I being too sensitive? I tried flipping the light switch on the wall next to me, but nothing happened. Maybe the bulbs were burnt out, or maybe it wasn't the switch for this hallway at all. Damn it, this wasn't 1407 or something. I turned around. The only person there was Sarika. No one else was looking at me. I took some time to make sure of it before I spoke.
行くぞ。
Let's go. Yeah. Sarika nodded cheerfully and stayed behind me as we walked deeper into the hallway. I remember the location of the window I'd seen outside. It was probably deeper in the hall, the furthest one back or the one before it.
あの二つの
It's probably one of
どちらか
those
かな。
two. I walked as silently as I could along the long hallway toward the last rooms on the left side. With every step I took, I could feel the sensation of the hallway floor through the bottom of my heels. I felt like I was being forced to think about nerves that I had never used. My body felt very tense. I didn't see any cops in the hallway. Usually they'd at least leave one person here at the scene. Was this the wrong floor? We reached the second to last door. Room 306. Oh boy, time for a delusion. I listened carefully, but I didn't hear anything revealing. Just the quiet rumble of the air conditioner.
覗き穴とか
Is
な
there
い
a
の
people? Come on.
ここはラ
This
ブ
is a
ホテ
love
ルだぞ。
hotel.
ああ、そっ
Oh,
か。
right.
おい、
Hey,
何を
what are you
ノック。
knocking?
お
You
前な。
And then suddenly, the door flung open.
なんじゃこ
Who
れ
the fuck is knocking on my door? An angry and very underdressed man came storming out. His hair was short and permed, and he had a gold necklace around his neck. No, this guy's bad news. Sarika had frozen in surprise.
お前か
Are you the one who
ノックし
knocked?
たのは
When he glared at me, I shook my head without thinking. Then he turned his gaze towards Sarika.
だったら
That
お
wasn't
前
you.
か なめとったら
I'll teach you a
どうな
lesson
るか
about what happens when you screw with me, you stupid kid.
覚悟しとけ
The man grabbed Sarika by the hand and tried to pull her into the room. No, let me go.
ノックしてきた
You
の
were
は
the one
そっ
who
ちだ
knocked. No
ろ
turning
勝手な
back
こと抜けて
now. Taku. She turned toward me for help with tears in her eyes. Something really bad was about to happen to her. I had to do something. I had to. Please stop.
男を
Shut the
黙って
fuck
れ
up. I was suddenly kicked in the solar plexus. The force sent me flying all the way back to the other wall, where I collapsed to the ground. The pain was so great that I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even stand up. And then the door shut. I could hear the man's yelling and Sarika's screams from within. All I could do was crumple up into a ball on the ground, crying in fear and frustration. What if that happened? Well, that wouldn't be very great or fun. Sarika was just too reckless. You didn't belong in a place like this anyway. I bit my lip and watched in fear as she kept knocking.
もうやめなって。
Stop it, okay?
そう
You sure?
警察
The
もいない
police
し、
aren't here either. Maybe
こ
it's
の
not
階
this
じゃない
floor.
のかもな。
I flinched back at the sudden noise. What? Was that the sound of glass breaking?
隣から
It was from the next room
だ
over,
ったよな。
right? She was clinging to my back in surprise, with her hands on my shoulders. I think so. It came from further down, right? Sarika pointed to the next room. We stood there for a moment. The violent sound must have scared her, because Sarika's easygoing mood had totally vanished. But we waited a while, and nothing more happened. There were no voices or sounds of struggle. The hallway was the same as ever. But was I imagining it? Or was the hall a little darker than before?
戻った
Should
方
we
が
go
いいか。
back? Sarika didn't answer my question. She didn't seem afraid, but she had a serious look on her face as she stared down the hallway. Maybe something had happened and the killer was still there. No, wait, I need to think about this rationally. There was an officer on the first floor who called for backup. Usually when a call came in, the police never went there alone. There was always more than one. I found that out for myself during my reporting, so I was sure of it. So there had to be another officer at the scene. The killer couldn't just be hiding there. If there was any chance of that, the cop wouldn't have just told us to go back to our rooms. Did the killer break the glass during a struggle? No, that wouldn't make sense either. If there's any chance of them being able to do that, would that officer have gone downstairs? He'd probably gone down there to tell the front desk not to let anyone else in. Damn it. I had no proof. But it should be okay. More than anything, I hadn't taken any photos yet. I jumped, literally, when I heard the sudden sound. It was a very strange sound, one that didn't belong here at all. I looked and saw that Serika had gotten so nervous that she'd taken out her Gero Froggy Geroro strap and started to play with it. She probably didn't even know she was doing it. I softly poked her with my elbow. I motioned for her to keep quiet, and she seemed confused, but then she realized what she was doing and quickly put the strap back in her pocket. As soon as she was done, I looked down the hall once more, all the way to the front of the room. We should head there. I tried to steel myself, then looked over my shoulder once more to make sure no one was there. I started to walk forward very carefully. I was afraid of making even the slightest sound. Serika followed me wordlessly with her hand on my shoulder. I grabbed her hand with my free hand. The other was holding my smartphone. She squeezed it tight. The feeling of her hand kept me strong as I walked forward. The next room. Room 305. The room at the far end of the hallway. Just like room 306, it had a plain old door, but it felt like it was exuding an intense pressure.
ここ
This
からだよね。
is where it came from, right? She was talking about the sound.
多分
I think so. I answered, despite not having any proof at all. We waited, but still heard nothing. I looked around once more to make sure no one was there, then put my ear up against the door. And then I heard a small sound. It was the sound that I heard outside, the sound from the windows, like a music box playing. It was relaxed and peaceful, even if we weren't, and played the same tune over and over.
この部屋だ
This is the room, and the
窓が
one with the
開いてい
open
た部屋
windows. Serika was looking at me.
開く
Will it open? No, that's... I hesitated, but she put her hand on the doorknob. Nope.
ダメ
She seemed relieved, but a little upset. I knew exactly how she felt. I felt the same way. I moved away from the door. I would have liked to take some photos before I left, but... Huh?
今
Did you just
鍵
hear
の
the sound
音
of a
しなか
walk?
った
Yeah. That's what it sounded like. You were too confused to move. There was no sign of anyone coming out. I slowly touched the doorknob. It turned. The door was unlocked. How? As if guided by all the strange things that were happening, I pushed the record button on my smartphone. I gripped the doorknob tighter. A voice in my mind told me to stop, to go back, but it was wiped out by the sound of the smartphone recording starting and the door slowly opening. The more it opened, the less I was able to ignore my curiosity. I felt like something besides Serika was pushing me forward as I opened the door. And that song was playing in the dimly lit room. All the lights were off, but the sun outside was streaming through the open window. Its light was very weak. The curtain in front of me, which partitioned off a part of the room, was blocking the light. I gulped and realized my lips were dry. I ran my tongue over them to wet them a little, and then I realized my heart was pounding. The sound was so loud I thought my heart might have somehow moved up into my ears. It seemed to be beating out some bizarre rhythm and was making me sick. I forced myself to swallow my saliva and hoped it would keep me from throwing up. Then I took a slow step forward. I held up my phone to record what I was seeing, and then I realized something. The curtain wasn't partitioning the room. It was a bed. There was a raised spot off the floor with a circular bed surrounded by a curtain. The light was streaming out from behind it. The windows we'd seen were on the other side of it. And the song seemed to be coming from there as well. Crap, it was too dark. I went to flip the nearby light switch, then forced myself to stop. No. I couldn't touch anything in the room. Some kind of crime must have taken place here. But I was scared to go any deeper into the darkness. My shoes made my steps sound loud against the floor. There was no response. Only the relaxed melody. I gave a signal to Serika, who was still behind me, and went deeper into the room. What? For a moment I thought I heard the sound of creaking metal. It felt like I was hearing it between the gaps in the music box melody. But there's no change that I could see. No one jumped out. Nothing was moving. There was just the sound of the music box. I looked from one part of the room to another to make sure nothing was amiss. And then I slowly moved forward. Someone was lying on the floor. Huh? When my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw a police officer and a woman. The officer was lying up against the bathroom with his legs splayed and his head drooping. The girl was lying on the floor face down. They showed no sign of noticing us. No, that wasn't right. The glass behind them was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Oh god. The second I understood what was going on, my hand holding the smartphone started to shake. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I could see a little blood dripping from the police officer's head. I spun around as I heard the sound. The warmth drained from my face in an instant. My whole body shivered. Someone's sitting on the bed. I staggered back and slammed into Serika. Let's get out of here. Now. But I couldn't move. My hand was frozen as I pointed the smartphone toward whoever was behind the curtain, and it wasn't doing what I told it to. Damn it. I took a step back, tripped, and then fell to the floor. My lungs weren't working right. The silhouette moved a little and I flinched. No one didn't move. The bed was rotating. Whoever was behind the curtains showed no sign of noticing us. They didn't budge an inch. What the hell is going on here? Taku, the door won't open. Serika's voice sounded like it was far away. I ran back to the entrance and slammed myself into the door. It's not opening. It's not opening. Why won't it open? I don't know. Serika yelled back at me. Why? Why? Sariko screamed as she slammed against the door. I helped her try to batter it down, but it didn't work. It was like trying to batter down a wall. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. I reflexively jumped away without thinking. Knock, 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 knock. And it was coming from behind the store. The knocking was rhythmic and constant. What? And it was just a knock at the door. But my whole body started to shake. Someone was at the other side of the door. Someone was knocking. It definitely wasn't the police. It felt as if my sanity was boiling away, melting out from the soles of my feet upward. No. No. Don't open that door. Right, go out the back. Let's use the window. I grabbed Sariko's hand and ran to the back of the room. And fell silent at what I saw. Huh? No. What is that? The curtain was open. There was a man there, sitting. No, he was moving slowly. The bed was moving at time to the sound of the music box. An eerie sound came from the wire wrapped around his neck. The wire was hanging down from the ceiling, choking him. His face was all puffed up and was a color I'd never seen before. His pants were wet and the stain extended to the bed itself. The smell of piss and shit hung in my nose. He wasn't alive. He was dead. What the hell is this? Why was he dead? Did he suffocate? Why was the curtain open? What the hell was he doing? Why was he dead? His right hand moved without me realizing. Oh, my right hand moved without me realizing it. Huh. I needed to use the window to escape, but I pointed my phone's camera at the body instead. Taku, we need to get out of here. The body spun slowly. Each time I went around, the wire made an awful sound and dug deeper into his neck. And I'd dug in so deeply by now that the man's neck was the size of my fist. Or wrist. I can read so good, guys. The skin must have been broken because it was bleeding a little. Taku! What am I doing? Sariko was right next to me, but her voice sounded far away, like she was talking through a telephone. I needed to get out of here, but I couldn't stop the filming. Why was I doing this? Why was he dead? The wire dug deeper and deeper into his neck without waiting for me to come up with an answer. The body turned away from me. I could see the back of his neck. The flesh around the wire was swollen red and black. I heard a muffled sound, like something hard snapping inside of a bag. The head slumped just a little. His neck had just broken. That must have been the sound of his neck breaking. Taku, let's get out of here. I could hear Sarika's voice. Get out of here. Get out of here. That's right. I need to get out of here. My body moved as I heard another sound. I spun around. Hello. Yeah, that's fair. I screamed. And then I heard something from behind me. I don't know what I did, but the next thing I knew, my whole field of vision had turned red. Then I felt something like a ball hit me. Before I could understand what it was, everything faded to black. September 30th, 2015, Wednesday. midnight. Seems like we're still getting the cop POV like we did for Chaos Head. Oh boy.
Shinjo-san,
we managed to ID the victim from his possessions of the security cameras. His name was Katakita Hironori, 22 years old, a Shibuya resident with a part-time marketing job at SafeWorks. A part-timer at SafeWorks? Any lovers? None. No roommates either. He lived alone, it seems. Shit. Shinjo cursed. If he was single and not in a relationship, it would take time to figure out his private life. And SafeWorks was one of the companies that had profited the most from the recovery projects in recent years. Part-timer or not, if he worked there, he was probably pretty busy. It was possible that his co-workers knew just his name and nothing else about who he was outside of work. Shinjo-san, what do we tell the media? Kayomi TV and Nikoniya's net reporters are refusing to leave. And those two kids we found at the scene, who said they were with the Heihiko newspaper club, they've calmed down, but they're still not making a lot of sense. The other girl doesn't have anything that would tell us who she is. We're checking to see if she's a friend or relative of Kakita's, but no luck yet. She's refusing to say anything. Also, forensics wanted to know. Hey, you can't just... This is Watabe from Nikoniya News. Excuse me. What's going on here? Get out. You can't come in here without permission. Just a brief comment. A brief comment is all I need. Shinjo's men physically dragged the reporter out of the room. He had to stop himself from putting his hands to his head and moaning. He couldn't let his men see him acting weak. Shinjo had been with the police HQ's Section 1 for less than 7 years. He didn't get along with his superiors, but he managed to beg his way into being in charge of this case. Maybe this was his way of avenging the death of an older detective who he admired. Once you're done looking out the window frame, make sure it can't be seen from the outside. There's no telling what those net reporters will do. Yes, sir. I'll talk to the forensics myself. Oh, and put some more manpower into checking his connections at work. I'll tell the bosses. Yes, sir. So, what about those kids? I'll handle them too. Get to it. Yes, sir. His men raced out of the room. They never had a case like this before, and they were probably pretty excited. So was Shinjo, to be honest. But the whole thing was much less that he didn't even know where to begin, but his detective's instincts were screaming at him to start doing the work needed to find the killer. Okay. Yes. Hello. This is the Phrygia Credit Bureau. His call was answered on the first ring, like always.
俺です。
It's me. Oh, Shinji-san. You're late. I thought you'd be contacting me earlier.
すいません。
Sorry. Shinji apologized without thinking, and for no clear reason. He always felt like a naughty child when he spoke to the CEO, who happened to be a woman. You know why you're so exhausted? Because you're taking this so seriously. You should relax a bit like they did. I've got no intention of copying their habits. You're so serious, aren't you? If you keep on thinking that that's a virtue, you're going to have a bad time of it one day. No, Momose-san. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. I was kind of hoping she was going to be relevant in this again. Because I'm still thinking about the fact that she's like, yeah, I'm actually genuinely part of the Committee of 300. Yeah. Anyways. Shiju cut her off before she could continue her lecture and gave her a brief description of the scene. This was a violation of the rules, but the only way to solve a crazy case was to be a little crazy yourself. That was the first thing he learned from that older detective. So is it murder or suicide? Momose asked her question after he described the situation. She cut to the heart of the problem. We're not sure right now. The hotel had gotten suspicious when Kakita had never come down after checkout time. When more than 10 calls to the room went unanswered, they contacted the police. 2 officers, as well as someone from the hotel, had gone to the room where they found the body of an unconscious girl. One officer stayed at the scene to keep it secure, and the other searched the hotel to make sure it was safe. During the search, he forgot to lock the employee entrance in the back near the stairs. That was how the 2 students from Hieko had got it in. Shortly after he'd left the room, the girl woke up and started strangling the officer who'd stayed behind. He hit his head on the edge of the glass window and knocked himself out. He was going to be fine, but he had been out cold up until backup arrived. When the backup got there, they found the girl unconscious on the floor. A boy from Hiyoko was passed out on the floor too. The other girl from Hiyoko was throwing up, also on the floor. Kakita's cause of death was asphyxia via strangulation. I can read, I promise. The wire around his neck was a kind used at construction sites, and had been hung in an X pattern from the lights on the ceiling. And he had been sitting on the bed as it rotated. That was why there was so much pressure on his neck that finally his head had been severed. From the estimated time of death, Kakita had passed away before the police had even been contacted. The body on the bed kept spinning in time to the music, one rotation every 2 minutes. In the end, the man's head had been cut off completely. The problem was the girl in the room. There was no indication that she'd ever touched Kakita. There was no fingerprints or any other signs that she touched Kakita's body, the bed, or the wire. The only things they'd found under her fingernails were skin and blood from the officer she'd strangled. In fact, there was no indication she touched much of anything in the room. Everything they found belonged to Kakita. And according to the officer she'd strangled, when she attacked him, she had clearly been in an unstable psychological state. Her eyes had been bloodshot and out of focus. So what are you trying to say here? The girl just watched Kakita die without touching anything in the room, and then started strangling a police officer while temporarily insane? Shinjo scratched his head as he heard her sum up the situation. That was what it looked like, at least from what they knew right now. And just going by that, it sure looked like a suicide. But it was all far too strange. I see. This is a bit of a problem. What about these kids from Heihiko that got inside the room? It seems like it was pretty traumatic for them. So at first they wouldn't say anything, but now they're starting to talk. Mother from Heihiko, and that place has some issues. He checked with the school and verified that they were part of the school's newspaper club. The security camera at the rear entrance had seen them coming in, which matched up with their testimony. But he didn't know what to make of their testimony that the door had opened on its own, and that someone else had tried to come into the room. The door was equipped with an automatic lock, and the only person inside the door who could have opened it was that girl. I can read so good. But there's no sign of her fingerprints on the door. The security camera in the hallway showed no signs of anyone else trying to go in. In any event, it was extremely rare for a civilian to see a dead body outside of a funeral. And in any unstable mental state, it would be extremely easy for them to imagine things or just outright be mistaken about what was going on. If they turned out not to have any relationship to Kakita or the girl, he planned to let them off with a stern warning. Our biggest lead is the girl who was in the room, but she's not talking. She's probably going to be put under psychiatric hold at this rate, right? Yeah, but that will slow down the investigation a lot, so I'd rather not go that route. Got it. Let me get some information spread around. Given your position, this is probably going to be pretty rough for you, so be ready, okay? I'll call back in 3 minutes. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Shinjo went to hang up the phone. Oh, wait. Yeah. And actually, I want you to do something for me. I'm sure it'll be great. I'm sure it'll be a big help for you too. Can you do it? So it was basically an order then, Shinjo thought to himself. And what is it? One of my kids knows more about this than I do, and they say they want to see the crime scene personally. Can you help them out? Is it Iwa? Is it Iwa? Is it Iwa? I think it's Iwa. You want me to let an outsider into a crime scene? It's always outsiders who'll give you the hints you need to solve the case. After all, I'm an outsider too, she continued. In his head, Shinjo went over the steps he'd have to take and the time required to take them. Can it be tomorrow or no, the day after? That's my Shinjo-chan. Glad we could work this out. I don't know how you manage around the rest of those hard heads in Section 1. Alright, I'll talk to you later. Hold on a minute, Shinjo-chan. Would you? He barely stopped himself from ending the call. Is there something else? I wanted to give you some advice, just in case. 2 things. First, what I said to you before wasn't a joke, okay? Huh? You need to relax a little. Don't take everything so seriously. I'm sure a lot of things are about to happen that will be beyond your understanding. When that happens, your worst enemy is what you think you know. I'll make sure to remember that. If that was a serious answer, you've still got a long ways to go. And the other thing is... Momose paused for a second and chuckled. Don't let my kid get the better of you too often. If you let your guard down, you'll end up being an outsider yourself. September 30th, 2015, Wednesday.
なあ、ツイポ見た？
Hey, did you see the thing on Twitter?
ああ、壁砲ボットのネタ画像
Oh
でしょ
yeah, the meme from Heikobot?
でっかいウーパーが
A giant
ドヤ顔
Oopa with a
して
smug look
光
on
をに
its
座って
face sitting on the Shibuya
渋谷も変わった
Hikari wall and
とか
saying,
言ってる。
Shibuya sure has changed.
そうそう。
Yeah,
めっち
that
ゃ
one's
別の騒動。
really kinda sad.
あれさ、
Could we use that
文化
for the
祭で使
culture
うね。
festival?
渋谷
Nobody's gonna
こ
look
の
at a
歴史の
display
展示なん
about the
て
history of
どうせ
Shibuya's
誰も見ねえ
recovery
じゃん。
anyway.
え
Is it
画像
enough
だ
to
けじゃ
just have the
弱くない
picture though? We don't
な
need
ん
to
か
actually
ぬい
have
ぐるみ
stuffed
とか
animals
実
or
際に置かない
something.
と。
The male student started to search through Shibuya's stores with his smartphone. He must have found something strange because he kept mumbling, "No way." Ito was recording the newspaper club's project for the festival, a bunch of random footage of the preparations in the cafeteria.
そんなもんで盛り上がってる場合
Is this
かって
really the
の
right time to be all excited over something like that, guys? The body had just been found in the Genzaka yesterday, and all these students cared about was their stupid jokes. The body was found less than 10 minutes away from the school, but they barely even mentioned it.
ま、確かに
Well,
まだ大
it
掛か
really
りに
hasn't
報
hit
道
the
され
news
て
too
ないけど
much yet,
さ
but... The first reports had been on major communications companies' website. That was where Ito had seen it. It had been last night. It had made the morning news in the morning papers, but all that had been reported was that a body had been found and that no details were known. And it was rare for a high school kid to check the TV news and papers every day. There was no word from Yashiro. Ito had been worried about what had happened at the Love Hotel, but he had no way of asking about it.
くそ
Damn it. He took out his phone, and even though he knew he hadn't gotten any calls, sure enough, there were no messages. He'd been doing that a lot since yesterday. He couldn't bring himself to make a call. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say to your friend who had been taken away by the police. The laughing students irritated Ito in a way that he didn't really understand. He'd been planning on videotaping the entire cafeteria today, but instead he gave up and left.
撮影
You're...
お疲れ様。
You filming? Hope it's going okay. He went inside the club room and saw Kurisu was there.
連絡は
Any word? Kurisu's expression clouded over for a moment as she shook her head.
あれからは
Nothing since
何も
then.
そっか
I see. Makui, the club advisor, I told him that Kurisu had taken a change of clothes for Miyashiro to the police station last night. She'd been told that neither Miyashiro nor Onoe were hurt. The police were probably going to let them off with a warning, and if they weren't suffering any after effects from the trauma, they'd be let go in the morning. But school was over. It was almost evening. There was still no word from either of them. Ito dropped into his chair.
たく
Damn it.
学
The
校のみ
school's
んな
so
は平和なもん
peaceful.
だよ
Barely anybody's
昨日
talking
のことな
about
ん
what
てほ
happened
とんど誰も
yesterday.
話してないんだぞ
そう
I see.
そりゃ
I mean,
東京じゃ発
sure,
表されて
there
る
are
だけで
two
ほ
up,
ぼ1
there
週
are
間に
about
2人
two
のペースで
murder
誰かが殺
reports
され
a
てるんだ
week
か
in
ら
Tokyo,
変死
so I
体
know
があ
it's
った
not
ってだ
exactly
け
a
で
new
別に真
thing,
新しくはない
but
けどさにしたって
still,
な
Dokenzaka's right
道
next
玄坂なんて
door.
もろ近
It's
所じゃ
possible
ん
somebody walks
下
by
手した
that
ら
place
そ
on
こを
their
通
way
って
to
投
school.
稿してるやつもいるかもしれ
Actually,
ない
I
っての
bet
に
someone
つ
does.
かいるだろうちならあれかな
Maybe it's like he
あい
always
つがいつも
says,
言っ
and
てる
none
み
of
たい
these
に
people ever
社会に
read
関
the
する
real
ニュースを載せ
news.
てるサイトとかにアクセスしないやつばっかりなのかな
わか
Do
り
you
や
have
す
any
い
idea how transparent you are? Kurisu chuckled.
Huh?
Huh?
心配なんで
You're
し
worried
ょ
about the two of them,
二人のこと
right? Ito started to speak, but then choked it back. Not really.
副部
Aren't
長
you the
こそ
one
心
who's
配なん
worried
じゃない
Miss
の
Vice President? Ridiculous. She chuckled.
怒ってる
I'm angry.
処置な
This
し
whole
だ
thing
も
is
の
ridiculous.
セリカは
Serica is
とも
one
かくとして
thing,
ね
but he ignored my warning
忠
and
告も
went
聞か
in
ずに突
anyway,
っ込んで
and this is what
無茶す
happened.
るからこんなことになる伊藤君に
It's
も
making you do all the
新聞
filming
部
for
の
the
文化祭の
newspaper
映
club
像
too.
押し付けることになるし
いや
No, I don't
別
really
にそれは
care.
大したこ
It's
とな
not
いから
that
いい
big
ん
a
だけど
deal.
さ
ダメ
It is.
与
When
えら
you're
れた
given a
役
job,
割
you
は
need
き
to
っち
do
り
it.
こなすのが当たり前でしょ
ここか
Is this it? Kurisu,
クルス
what's going on with the
予
budgets?
算の件どうなってる
Kawahara appeared. He was very out of breath. Huh?
予
The
算
budgets?
超過した
The
予算を
list
ま
of
とめ
groups
た
that
や
have
つ
gone over their budget.
経理がまだ
Accounting
だって
says it's not in yet. Kurisu frowned as she realized her mistake. Sorry, I'll send you an
メー
email
ル
with
で
a
まとめて
list.
送るから
なるはやで
ASAP, okay?
担当の
Before
教
the
師が帰っ
teacher
ちゃう
goes
前に
home. Kawahara ran off before Kurisu had time to answer. And before he was even out of sight, Kurisu had booted up the PC and started tapping at the keys. What?
何
いや
No, it's
別に。
nothing. Which of us is more transparent? That was what Ito was about to say before he stopped himself. Normally it was impossible to imagine Kurisu not doing her job. For a while after that, Kurisu focused intently on her work. Ito didn't have much else to do, so he watched her. When he looked carefully, he could see small dark circles under her eyes. She probably hadn't slept. And then Ito realized, for the first time, that Kurisu had probably come to the clubroom to see if either of them had contacted him. With all the preparations that were going on, there was no other reason for her to be here.
なんと
The
ま
Empress of all
あ
people,
あの
huh?
女帝がね
Kurisu pressed down hard on one final key as she finished her task. Then, suddenly, an unpleasant sound filled the room.
Hmm.
なあ
Hey,
分かってる
I know. They looked over and saw that Kazuki was nibbling on dried squid as she played her game, oblivious to everything around her. Ito had seen her come in after Kurisu had started her work. He thought she might say hello, but knowing her, probably not. He'd also seen her start to play her game. He'd been trying not to bring it up, but that was clearly impossible now. She must have been concentrating pretty hard. Her gaze was constant and steady. Ito sighed.
こいつはい
She's
つでも
always
マイ
stuck
ペ
in
ース
her
だ
own
な
little world, isn't
他人に
she?
興味がないのか
Maybe
ね
she doesn't care about anyone else.
そんなわ
Of
けない
course
で
that's
しょ
not true.
こ
She's
の子
just a
は
little
他の人よ
stronger
り
built than
ほん
most
の少しだ
people.
け自分が強いの
にしたって
Even
よ
so, she's in the same club as them, he started to say. But Kurisu stopped him with a raised hand. She looked down at Kazuki's game screen.
そうでもなかった
Evidently not.
みたい
Huh? Kurisu chuckled and took off Kazuki's headphones.
カズキ
Kazuki,
私は
I'm
ゲ
not a
ーム
big
やらない
gamer,
か
so
ら
correct
詳
me
し
if
いこ
I'm
とはわ
wrong,
からないけ
but
どうーん
yeah, that's fair.
この
Is there a
家の
reason you're
壁に向かって
continually
永
flanking
遠と火の
fireballs at
玉
the
出
side
して
of
る
a
のは
house?
何か意味があるの？
Fires.
すごい
The fire is
勢い
spreading
で燃
really
え広がってる。
fast. Cute. Cute in its own way, anyway. Kazuki looked back at the screen with a stunned expression on her face. She yanked the headphones out of Kurisu's hands and quickly put them on, then started to pound at the keyboard.
落ち着きなさ
Calm
い。
down.
という
Neither
かその
swallow that
煩わし
squid or
いスル
spit
メ
it out.
飲み
What are
込む
you
か
doing
出
now
す
is
かしな
bad
さい。
manners.
行儀悪い。
Kazuki may or may not have heard her, because she struggled with her game for a while, and then... She froze, like a toy whose batteries had run out. The squid she'd been chewing fell out of her mouth and landed on the desk. She stared at it for almost 30 seconds, as if something impossible had just happened. Then, she suddenly stood up and staggered over to the shelf where the electric coffee maker was kept, her mannerisms rivaling that of an incredibly fierce drunkard. Her face had turned pale.
和樹
Kazuki,
大
are
丈
you
夫か
okay?
コーヒ
Are you
ー入れ
going
て
to
くれ
make
るの
us
か
coffee? Kazuki nodded in response to Ito's second question and started to make coffee with shaking hands. She made Kurisu her usual, with 2 cubes of sugar, and gave Ito a coffee mixed with milk. Then she made a cup for herself, black, but didn't drink a drop. Her forehead slammed into the desk with a thud, and she became so quiet that it was impossible to tell if she was breathing.
ね？
See? Kurisu looked to Ito for an agreement as she cleaned up Kazuki's squid.
い
Wait,
や
really?
そうか
He took a sip from his coffee, not sure what to think. To him, none of this made any sense. Kurisu didn't say another word as she drank her coffee. Ito looked at the blank ceiling and decided that this was as good a time as any to ask. It wasn't that it was wrong, but it still felt kind of awkward.
あのさ
Hey,
何？
Mutt,
あいつがこん
is
な
there
に
a
事件
reason
に
he's
入れ
so
込んでるの
obsessed
っ
with this
て
case?
何か理由があんの
Kurisu froze. She lowered her gaze, as if searching for answers in her coffee cup.
伊藤君
What
こ
about
そ
you?
ずい
You
ぶ
seem
ん事
pretty
件に
interested
対し
in
て
it
熱心
yourself.
じゃない？
She seemed to be trying to change the subject.
俺は
I just
こう
like
いうの
this
が好き
stuff.
な人だから
こういうの？
And this stuff.
猟奇的な事
Weird
件
murder cases and stuff.
でも
But
昨
still,
日みたいに現
running
場に
into
忍
a
び込む
crime
っていう
scene
の
like
は
he did yesterday was... That was going too far, he continued. Kurisu silently took another sip of her coffee. She seemed to be staring at a single point in the distance, lost in thought. It was clear that while she was seeing the things around her, she wasn't paying any attention to any of them. Seeing her like this scared Ito a little. Was it really that big of a deal?
別に
If you don't
言い
want
た
to
くなけれ
tell
ば
me,
そういうわけじゃな
that's
い。
not it. I'm sure
きっ
that
と基本的には
basically,
伊藤君と同
Takuda
じ
is。the same as you,
タクルも好きだも
He
の
likes this stuff.
こういうの。それに
and has always liked
危
getting
なっかしい
involved
と
in
ころに
things that are
首を突っ込み
dangerous.
たがるのも昔からだし。
I see, Ito said.
小学校から
You
だっ
two started
て
living together
あ
in
いつが
elementary
副部
school,
長と一
right?
緒に暮らすようになったの
ええ、
Yeah, that's
正
right.
確には被災
A
し
little
て少
after
し
the
経ってから
earthquake,
だ
to
か
be
ら
precise.
中学生
This
に
is
上が
about
る
the
か上
time
が
when
ら
I
ない
would
かの
have been
時だけ
entering
ど。
middle school. Kurisu and Miyashiro were both what people called earthquake orphans. Ah, I see. They'd both been in 6th grade when they lost their parents to the earthquake. Since they had no relatives to take them in, they've been sent to the same orphanage, a group home known as Aoba Dormitory. Kids like them weren't common in Shibuya these days, but they weren't exactly rare either. Miyashiro had been so badly injured during the earthquake that he'd become comatose. He was still in that coma when he arrived at the dorms. The head of the dorm was also the head of the doctor at the Alba clinic downstairs, and so for a while, that was where Miyashiro was kept. Kurisu had taken care of literally all his needs. There were 4 kids at the facility. Kurisu and Miyashiro were the oldest. Since her birthday was earlier than his, she dubbed to herself the oldest of the 4 siblings and volunteered to take care of the other 3. Even back then, Miyashiro had a habit of being cautious and getting into trouble.
だいたい
He's a bit of a
天の
brat, you
弱だし
know.
ね。
He says that he's different
みんな
from
とは
everyone
違う
else all the
ってよく
time,
言ってる
even
で
though
しょ。
that's not true.
そんなことはないのに。
She spoke like a parent worried for her child's future.
でも結
But
局
in the end,
あの
he...
子は
お疲れ様。
Hello, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
クリ
I
ス
didn't
君
think
も
I'd
来て
see
たの
you
か
here, Kurisu-kun.
先生
Have you heard
連絡があ
anything
ったん
from
です
them,
か？
Mr. Wakui? The club advisor, Wakui, was quite relaxed as he came into the room. Kurisu quickly stood up and rushed over to him. He nodded in motion for her to calm down.
うん。
Yeah,
つい
just
さっき
now.
ね。
大丈夫そうでしたか？
Is everything okay?
それは
Of
もちろん。
course. Hey,
ほら、
Ito-kun,
伊藤君、
get to the
すぐ
gym
に
now.
体育館に行きなさい。
Huh? The
体
gym?
育館
Why?
なんで？
軽音部が
The
今から
Light
リ
Music
ハーサ
Club
ルを
says
す
they're
るって。
about to do a
いい
rehearsal.
文化祭
It
の
should
記
be
録
good
になるん
footage
じゃ
for
な
the
いか
Culture
な。
Festival. Kurisu's expression froze. And suddenly it changed.
涌井先
Is
生
that really what you heard, Mr.
連
Wakui?
絡ってそれですか？
んそうだよ。
Well, that's right. What's
な
up,
んだい、クリス
Kurisuku?
君、機嫌がい
You
い
look so
ね。
happy. Oh,
先
I
生
seem
には
happy
機
to
嫌
you.
がいいように見えますか？
行ってくる。
I'm going now. You're coming too, Mr. Wakui.
ちょっ
Oh,
と。
wait. Sensing a gathering storm of violence, Ito pushed Akui out the door. Kazuki had looked up for a moment, but then she slammed her head back on the desk. Now that she was all alone, Kurisu took out her phone and checked it. There's no message, of course. She sighed and looked at the board. That incident yesterday at the Love Hotel. Whether it was murder or suicide, for the way Miyashiro and Onoi had looked when they'd been taken by the police, something had happened. Miyashiro had said it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago. Now that it's happened 3 times, there was no ignoring it. No, it was too dangerous. She couldn't let him get any more involved in this. She thought back to Ito's question about why Miyashiro was so interested in this case. Kazuki was still lying with her head on the desk. When she turned her head to the side, she looked like she was enjoying herself for some reason. When Kurisu saw that, she suddenly lost her desire to drink the coffee. Apologizing her mind to Kazuki, she decided to pour it out at the water fountain. She She headed to the water fountain upstairs, which was usually less crowded. She found herself looking down at the gaps between the tiles as the sound of her footsteps rang in her ears. I can read. She could tell that she was walking slower than usual. Essentially, Kurisu was lonely. She remembered what she said to Miyashiro the day he first woke up in the clinic. I'm Kurisu Nono. Call me by my first name. We're family. So it'd be weird to call each other by our last names, right? In the end, he just wants to pretend that he's special. She knew why, she supposed. The event that had caused him to leave the dorm was still bothering him. November 7th, 2009. This way. Please, come this way. I'm telling you, we can get her around from the back. How many times do I have to... Save us, someone. Why won't the phones work? I wanted water. I could still feel the sensation of the dead woman I'd touched when I'd fallen on my hands, and I wanted to wash it off. I wanted to wash my face too. The wind from the flames had blown something small into my eye and it itched badly. I was thirsty too. Sarika was on my back and she showed no signs of waking up. Damn it. My legs were at their limit, so I forced my way through the crowd and sat down on a tire that had rolled nearby. It smelled like burning rubber. I didn't have the energy to apologize to the people I ran into. And they didn't have the energy left to complain. I slowly brought Sarika to the rest on my knees and looked around. I saw an orange light. The light of the fires reflected off of many things. It was pretty, I thought, before I realized how inappropriate that was. For some reason, I started to count the bodies on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. But in less than 5 seconds, I got in way over 10 and realized how futile it was. I stopped. Shibuya Station was utterly destroyed. The 107 building, which was only a few minutes away by foot, was ruined as well. 5 whole hours after the earthquake, the chaos had only increased. There were only fewer people out walking, but I wasn't sure if that was because they reached safety or because they collapsed from exhaustion. I saw someone carrying his own severed arm in a convenience store bag. I saw people ignore a barefoot woman as she cradled a baby whose head was smashed in. Some had outright given up on insanity and were flinging things into the fire. A group of middle-aged businessmen were dragging a young girl into the darkness. A young man went to join them. This is hell. There was no other way to describe it. This was hell. Sarika moaned a little in my lap. I slapped her cheeks to wake her up. No, no way. No, no way. Her face warped in agony. It was okay. She was breathing. She was okay. We're heading to Yoyogi, okay? You know, that big general hospital. You remember, right? We snuck in there once we were little. Instead of answering, she just moved her eyebrows a little. I swore and lifted her up on my back again. She didn't seem to be that badly hurt, but this kept happening. I read on Twitter that the general hospital in front of Yoyogi Station was accepting patients injured in the earthquake. I didn't know if it was true, but I had no choice but to go. It had to be better than the hell that Shibuya was now. Don't die.
死ぬなよ
I yelled, unsure if Sarika could even hear me, and started walking. I just needed to get to the hospital. I leapt up. I quickly glanced to the left and right as I tried to calm my racing heart. I saw that I was in my own bed. I felt exhausted. I also felt really thirsty. Maybe it's because I had had the dream again. I searched around until I found the bottle of water beside my bedside, took a gulp, and then grabbed the phone off of my bed to check the time. 12:17 a.m. It's a new day, huh?
もう日付変わってるのか
It was around noon when the police had let me go from Shibuya Station with a warning. I got home and went straight to bed, so it seemed like I'd been out of it for more than 12 hours. This was no good. Maybe I had slept too long, or maybe I hadn't slept enough, because my head felt like it was filled with lead. No, maybe not. I put my hands up to the thin light that was coming through the window and checked their color. They were the same as always. There's no blood on them. I suddenly felt like I wanted to throw up. I'd hoped another drink of water would help, but it didn't. Damn it. I thought for a moment, and then decided to turn on the room lights. I turned on my laptop. I ran a search for foods or drinks that help with nausea. Pretzels, ginger ale, salad, or crackers too. Bread product, ginger ale. The internet gave me page after page of results. I checked a bunch of pages, just like you're supposed to when you're looking something up.
生姜か
Ginger, huh? I guess I got that kakonto that Gun-san gave me. I looked under the sink until I found the kakonto powder, then poured it into a cup, and added some hot water from the electric kettle. It had a strange smell, unlike anything I was used to. I took a sip. I could tell that my hands were shaking a little as I held the cup. Damn it. That wasn't the first time I'd seen a body. I checked the phone again and saw there were several messages from Serika and Kurisu. I was about to respond, but stopped. They were probably still up, but I didn't feel like talking to anyone. I felt like the air I'd breathed in at the Love Hotel yesterday was still deep inside me. Along with the cheerful melody of the music box and the red that covered my vision. I felt something strange on my cheek and put a hand up to feel it. It was a bandage. I had gone to some kind of clinic at the police station where they'd put it on. They told me I must have hit my face hard on the floor when I'd passed out. I was unlucky enough to scrape my cheek against a piece of the shattered glass. Thankfully, it wasn't a big wound, it barely hurt at all. But it itched like hell. And each time it itched, the shock I'd felt back then came rushing back and my heart would start racing. The danger was long gone, but I still couldn't forget the terror. PTSD, let's go. Had I almost been caught up in something horrible? No. I'm fine. I'm fine, right? I'm not like everyone else. I'm not an amateur. I went through the hell I dreamt about and survived. Okay. Maybe having that nightmare again was good for me. I managed to force down the urge to vomit, then clicked away at the computer. I opened my computer's TV program, changed the channel to a news program, and watched it on my monitor. A few months ago, I bought a USB TV tuner off of a homeless guy who had no idea what it was worth. All it cost me was dinner at a local restaurant. Just like I thought. There was an article about the event of 2 days ago. All they said was that a man's body was found in the Genzaka Love Hotel. They didn't say whether it was suicide, murder, or just an accident. There's nothing about the girl who'd been found at the scene. Or about me and Serika. I see. I figured this is what I'd get. I never experienced for myself the gap between what happened at a crime scene and what was reported on TV, but it didn't really surprise me. These days, the internet was a lot faster at reporting things than TV. To people who followed the news online, TV wasn't a place to learn new things. It was where you went to see if something you'd heard about was so important that it was getting TV coverage. What about the people online? I closed the TV program and opened a browser. Nikoniya News had something on it too. And clicked on the uploaded video. Another incident has occurred in Shibuya. This makes for 3 strange incidents so far. After action. Hang on. Photo store element and after action. I wonder what those are a play on. I actually don't know what Hachi base is supposed to be. Internet escape. That's fair. Just like always, it was Watabe, the attention-seeking internet reporter. He was famous for charging into crime scenes to get scoops. Lately, he seemed to be getting a little too cocky. He explained what had gone on at the Love Hotel as the video showed pictures that he had probably taken himself. Either way, I think the police are hiding something. The only announcement has been that a body was found, but if that's all, then why would... And then, like always, he started to mix in his own subjective opinions with the news. He was right, the police were hiding something, but there was little point in listening to the rest of this. Vague information would just get in the way. This is all you can expect from the masses on the internet, I guess. I mostly ignored Watanabe's voice as I looked at the video on the screen. He must have gone in it by charging into the hotel room. What the hell was all that? I thought back to what had happened. The man was strangled to death in his room. There was an unconscious girl and a police officer there as well. The girl was the most obvious suspect. Even if she chose a strange way to do it, she must have been the one who killed him, right? No, if she had definitely killed him, then they would have announced that. She was arrested, just like I was. Over 30 hours had passed. Even if they found out she was innocent, they should have announced that. The police believe that the girl with him may know something and are proceeding with their investigation, like that. Did the police think she didn't do it? Then what was she doing in that room? And even the police had told me during the interrogation that I'd imagined it. I knew what I'd heard. Someone else had visited that room and knocked on the door. The sound was eerie and always had the same rhythm. I felt a cold chill and idly turned toward the door. Oh boy. Time for a bad delusion. My room was the same as always. There was no sign of anyone approaching it. I listened carefully to see if I could hear anything outside. Ellipsis. Nothing. Come on. You're worrying too much. Huh? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The doorknob spun on its own. The door opened. I couldn't believe it, but I'd forgotten to lock the door. Someone was here. Who? Was it Serika or Gansan? Or someone who had something to do with what happened yesterday? Was it okay for me to just stand here? Who's there? A small shadow slipped through the gap in the open door and came inside. Who was this girl? Our eyes met. And then I realized that I should have looked away. Yeah. Interesting though that ended up being yeah. Kirite Shino? I'm not really sure what she said. Who are you? Her eyes were blank and out of focus. It was like she was looking at me, but she wasn't really seeing me. Her skin was so pale she looked sick. She was mumbling something. She had something behind her back. It was a knife, over 20 centimeters long. Shit. Shit. She was insane. And then I remembered. I remembered who she was. She was the girl at the crime scene. What was she doing here? The witnesses have to die. Have to die. Kiete Hoshino. Okay. Got it. Understood. What? Tai! She leapt on me without warning. I felt a terrible pain in my solar plexus. I looked down and saw that the knife was embedded deep within my chest. She giggled as she pulled the knife out. Die! And again. And again. The knife went in. How can I die like this? It's insane, I thought to myself. That's stupid. That's never going to happen. Yeah, no way, none. I kept telling myself that as I went over and locked the door. It was just like how, after you saw a horror movie, you ended up afraid to go to the bathroom at night. One theory said that a scary experience like that throws the brain into overdrive and causes it to emit too much dopamine, which triggers strong delusions. Basically, I was overthinking it. Nothing crazy like that was actually going to happen. It was physically impossible. I was going to be fine. Just fine. I took a deep breath and managed to calm myself down. Oh. Crap, that's right. It's a new day. I know about the pundits on the internet. I quickly opened another site. Shibuya News. This was the private news site I trusted the most. It was always updated at midnight every day. The quality of the news and the reliability of its updates made it far more useful than the TV or the mass market sites. The Kitty Petting Experience, on sale 2015-222. Ah, that's Cat Day. Bar Nobu, 1582 steps from Kyoto Station. It's your Oke Hazama. We'll treat you good. We shall teach you the secret to mastering battle. Armor helmet set. Now only one reel. Let's go diving in Okinawa's ocean. Just one bite will turn you into a pig. Even if you're on a diet, you won't be able to resist. And it's just a picture of pasta on a fork. Okay. Anyways. Online news was faster than TV, but of course, some sites were better than others. There was no end to the number of wrong-siders who would treat the net as a single entity that was the opposite of TV. The TV says one thing, but the internet says something different, they'd say. If you ask me, there were utter morons. These days, even a lot of the larger sites online aim for the same mass market that the TV news did. It was critical that you found out for yourself which sites could be trusted. I can read. Just like the name implied, Shibuya News dealt with the goings-on around Shibuya. It was similar enough to our newspaper club that everyone in the club knew about the site and used it regularly. Its owner, Kei-san, was, how should I put it, very skilled at getting and sharing information and seeing its effects. She carefully calculated when to send and when to receive information. A lot of websites effectively use Shibuya News as a parent page, linking to it constantly. Most of them were privately run news sites as well. As a result, a huge number of people saw the information that Kei-san spread. To put it more unkindly, Kei-san was manipulating them. Anytime Kei-san wrote about a popular shop among high school students in Shibuya, or a free smartphone app, I would hear people at the school talking about it within a few days. Take for example, the Topo user that most of the Heihiko Academy followed, HeihikoBot. It described itself as a bot by Heihiko students for Heihiko students, but from the number of times it would show up on Shibuya News, my guess was that it was actually run by Kei-san. She was one of the few people I recognized as a right-sider. When something important was going on in Shibuya, first you checked the TV shows to get the basics, then the mass market sites to see what the net was saying. Then you would go to Shibuya News for the latest information. This is the way the newspaper club, and myself specifically, would always look for information. I figured they'd be broadcasting. The quality of the news wasn't the only reason that Shibuya News was popular. One reason was that Kei-san seemed to be a girl. When someone was thought to be a girl in real life, they got a lot more hits than someone who was thought to be a guy. Another reason was... And that was the Contract of Blood to Seal Our Sin by Phantasm. Yeah. This radio broadcast. Whenever there was something big she wanted to report on, she would always do an internet radio broadcast. It offered proof that she was a girl, and that her voice was calm and soothing to the ear. A lot of people just listened to her broadcasts. The audio from the audio bleed case that I had played for Kurisu had actually been modified by Kei-san to be easier to understand. Okay. Normally I don't play Phantasm, but there's a reason why I chose it today. You're all aware of the death of the man in his 20s in a Shibuya love hotel yesterday, correct? Like always. Watabe-san on Nico Neo News was there to tell you all about it, but... I chuckled a little. His glory hogging was a running joke among Nico Neo News viewers. But there's something you didn't notice. Phantasm released the song 6 years ago, and you all remembered what happened then, of course. That's right, the Shibuya earthquake. But before that, there were also the strange events called the New Generation Madness.
ニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれた連続猟奇事件でした。
I was startled. Crap, that's right. I've forgotten after everything that had happened at the Love Hotel. No way.
もうお気づきの
Some
方
of
も
you
いらっ
already
しゃいます
noticed,
ね。
right? The Don't Look case on
9
the
月7
7th
日
of
の
September,
こっちみんな
and then Audio Bleed on the
9
19th,
月19
and now
日
this new
の
case
音漏れた。
yesterday.
そして昨日、正確に
Or
言え
more
ば一昨日
precisely,
です
2 days ago, on the
が、9
29th.
月29日の変死事件。6年前の事
The
件
dates
と
match up with the
日
incidents
付
from
が一致
6
して
years
いるんで
ago.
す。
In that second, the Topo stream that was linked to the broadcast lit up. It was overflowing with comments.
次の日付
The
は
next date is
ヴァ
October
ンパイアと
10th,
呼ばれた事
the
件
date
が
of
起
the
きた
vampire
10
case.
月10日。
My beloved citizens, my beloved citizens of Shibuya,
くれ
please
ぐれ
take
も
care.
お気をつけて。それでは
And that's all for
今
tonight.
回はこの辺
Thank
り
you
で
for listening in.
お付き合い
This has
いただ
been
き
your host,
ありがとうござい
K-san.
ます。時刻は間もなく
It'll soon be 12:30 a.m. on
2015
October
年
1st.
10月1
I
日
pray you spend tomorrow in a way you won't regret.
悔いのない一日が始められることを祈っています。
She signed off in her usual way, and the broadcast ended. She got me. That's right. The hypothesis was why I'd forced my way into the Love Hotel. And something had happened, just like I thought. After 3 such incidents, it was only natural to assume that there might be a connection. The new generation madness. Was it going to happen again? I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. I reached up and saw that blood was coming out from the side of the bandage. The cut must have opened. As I took care of it, the red blood on my fingers stood out. With that warning, I felt a horrible sense of dread, like I was sinking into quicksand. Usually, I love to have a mystery to solve, but now that the case was definitely real, I hesitated. For the rest of that night, I wasn't able to do any more research about the case. Tired. I'm tired. It is 1 a.m., I'm aware. Okay, let's do another cute little save and just call it here. Because I can't tell anymore when this chapter is gonna end. Eepy. Tired. It's 1 a.m. Anyway. I know a lot of it was definitely reading the tips too. Like that's definitely a big part of it. And then the prologue was about an hour, which normally isn't the case. Like for Chaos Head, the prologue was like literally 12 minutes. I remember that distinctly. It's like, oh, well. I'm enjoying it so far though, despite the strong EP right now. I'm looking forward to what the rest of the game holds. Honestly, I do really like the fact that Taku's voice actor is the same as Alice, because like, oh, wonderful. I've done a voice for this voice actor before. That makes it so easy. Easy. I know what I'm doing. His voice is so good. He has such range. I know. And honestly, I remember that, like, I think the results for the Taisho Alice, like, voice acting polls was, like, your guys' favorite voice, or at least one of your favorite voices that I done was Alice. So it's nice that I get to utilize that voice again for this. So that's fun. I'm being silly. I can do this cute little thing. Hang on. You know, this screen that I have? Yeah, I can use it. Wow. Crazy, I know. Anyways. But, Yeah, I am really looking forward to the rest of the game. So far, no letdowns. It is funny how mean Taku is in his head, because that gave us a really bad impression of him at first. It's like, wow, this guy is a fucking asshole. But then it's like, oh no, he's just a silly. He's a silly. Pats him. Pats almost everyone, actually. Honestly, the prologue was really solid too, so just... Yes, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the game. This will be my brain rot, and it is going to be your guys' problem. It's literally just a dweeb. Oh my god, someone album, right? So true. I mean, average high schooler moment, TM. You want a pat? No, so bad. That's so real of you. She's really cute. I hate that, like, so many of them, like, want to draw so many of them. She reminds you of Nanami, sort of, like her design. I mean, a little bit. I feel like she actually, design-wise, like, pure design. Hair, outfit, everything that we've seen so far. She actually resembles a little more dreamy out of the previous girls because of the bow on the side of her head. But that does mean you have to ignore her color palette. It's really subtle, but her colors are echoing Nanami a lot, yeah. I mean, yellow... shrugs. Thank you guys so much for joining, especially if you've been here since the beginning, because this is kind of long, and it's past 1 AM, so it's late. TM. Yeah, I got nothing else. My brain is like, shutting down. So, yeah. I'll catch you all later, next time, whenever. Yeah. Words hard. Until next time, though. Bye-bye.